Good afternoon. Afternoon, Cape Town. On behalf of MICT SETA, warm greetings to each and every one of you. Welcome to the Pepper Club Conference Center for the MICT SETA Stakeholder Roadshow. You are at the MICT SETA Stakeholder Roadshow. Just in case you are in a wrong conference room, because that guy who was helping me coming to the conference room told me that there are about 6 conference rooms. So just to make sure that you are at the correct conference room. My name is Tiki Zwachoto. I'm the regional manager at the Western Cape province. Also present with me today is the chairperson of the board, the CEO of the MICT SETA. We also have senior managers from the head office, and I've also seen some managers who have also graced us here to be here, and the CIO is also here, and the CFO. If there's anything that has to do with money, the money person is also here. And all the other head office staff who are here today, and also my regional office staff who are here to assist all of you. I say welcome. And we also don't take for granted that you are here. We know it's the afternoon, and afternoon in Cape Town. We know Cape Town people. The community of Cape Town is very family orientated. So once you start giving people times like afternoon, that's family time. But we sincerely appreciate your attendance to be here today, despite all of that. And also welcome to the people who have joined us online. You know, these days we are technologically savvy. So most of us will prefer to just look at the machine rather to go to a person-on-person event. Yeah. On that note, this year, maybe many of you are not aware that all the SETAs are celebrating or are marking 25 years in existence. So in human life, this is regarded as a quarter life, which I believe most of us in this audience, we have surpassed that. So it's quite a long existence, so we need to have an impact as SETAs. We need to have a tangible impact as SETAs. 25 years is quite a long time. And moreover, the 8th of March, which is this coming Saturday, is International Women's Day. And on the 21st of March, we are celebrating human rights here in South Africa. So on that note, I thought it would be proper just to acknowledge all the women who are contributing immensely, more especially within our sector. I know there's a lot of them because I interact with all of them. So if I don't mention your name, it's not that I don't acknowledge you. I acknowledge all women. It's just that we have a limited time for the session, so I'll just mention a few. In the film sector, we have quite a few of companies that are led by women, owned by women, and they have been participating within the MICT SETA programs. One I can think of that I would like to acknowledge today is Hajra Kasim. She's working at the film studio, one of the interns there from Film Africa. They've groomed her. Now she's got her own business. And from that business, now she's implementing our programs, MICT SETA, transferring the knowledge to the upcoming youth. Another one I would like to acknowledge, it's Nomic Atul. They are based in Woodstock, also within the film industry, and she is a lady as well. She focuses mostly on the disadvantaged youth. And with her partnership through the SETA programs, she's partnering with quite big production companies like Film Africa, Blue Eyes Africa, to make sure that her young trainees get the relevant experience within the film industry. And I'm not sure, I haven't seen Noncedo today, but she promised that she will bring in Kiran, who was the young man that met our chairperson of the board. One time we had an AGM in Cape Town. She promised, but I haven't seen her. I hope she has brought Kiran with so that they can still have that moment with the chairperson of the board. And furthermore, we also would like to acknowledge Abakuquli, which is headed also by a female, Asia Adams. She's busy now in Philippines training young youth on digital entrepreneur skills. She's doing quite a good job there. We all know the industry is so much and they can absorb so many people or students. So we need to equip these learners with also business skills, entrepreneurial skills, so that they can also open up their own businesses and also employ others as well. So we have to be diverse as that as a SETA. And lastly, but not all, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of women-owned businesses within our sector. I'd like also to acknowledge On the Ball College, which is led by Kim Palmer. Kim Palmer, she's focusing mostly on ICT companies. She makes sure that she trains unemployed youth together with employed learners, because every time you go to her graduation ceremonies, you won't only find young unemployed learners graduating. You could also see adults, 18.1 learners also graduating at the same graduation, which is a nice integration for me as a SETA person, because that's what we are all about. It's not only unemployed people, also employed people. So the way she's doing it, that even in her graduation, that both the learners are there combined celebrating their achievements, which is it's a nice initiative. Hopefully everyone else could also copy that to say this is a well-rounded effort. It's not just for a certain group of people. And Kim, who is also, I would like to call her always, Kim who is fearless. You know, Kim, she's also spearheading a non-profit organization which is called Women in ICT. She started that on her own. All the women who are in ICT, because it looks like women in ICT are invisible. So she started up that non-profit organization. So this year in August, when it's full Women's Month in August, she will be launching a playbook so that each and every woman or female who's within the ICT space can share their experiences with the young and upcoming adults, so that they can also occupy that space. That space is not only closed for a certain group of people, also women can be successful within the ICT industry. I think I've gone over my 5 minutes that was allocated to me. So getting back to the business of the day, I would like to welcome on stage the MICT SETA chairperson, who has been doing quite a splendid job of leading the governance structures of the SETA for the past 5 years. If I'm not mistaken, this will be the last cycle within the 5 years for the chairperson to be a chairperson of the whole SETA. He has been very meticulous in leading the SETA since 2021, and his leadership is very commendable. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Simpiwe Thobela.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's afternoon. We're supposed to start in the morning. Good afternoon. I woke up late, so my clock is still a few hours behind. Let's first thank you for taking time off your offices and coming here and spending time with us. And the first thing is just to introduce people that I'm with here. Most of that you would know that I'm the least important out of the people that are in the team that are here. So for you to be comfortable and knowing that you're speaking to the right people, I need to introduce the important people. And the first and probably the most important is the CEO, Matumi Madivan, seated there. And next to him is Buntle Mukwena, who's responsible for SSP. And in front of me is the Chief Information Officer, Mr. Molotin Kune. Next to him is Natalie Nelson, responsible for ETQA. And across is Ms. Gugu Sema, responsible for Fourth Industrial Revolution. Next to her is Lebrang Mabusela, who is acting as the monitoring and evaluation senior manager. And come back this side is Ms. Nogwanda Krezu, who is the board secretary. And next to him is a guy that you want to be friends with. That's Mr. Ernest Nemugawini, responsible for learning programs. It's the most important program that we are driving here. And next to him is a guy that you also want to be friends with because he keeps the pace. Mr. Musele Gumtenja, CFO. But please don't allow him to walk freely in the streets. He's not carrying any hard cash. So that will not be helpful to try and hold him up. It's not going to help. And next to him is your home girl, Rochelle Fatman. She's manager responsible for the CEO's office. I guess the team is all introduced. And I think I'll start this differently today. And I'm going to ask the guys there to play a video clip. That's important because 5 years is a long time. And probably in a short period of time, it would be great to just take stock and see what we have been up to. And most importantly is the account by those who have benefited from the programs that MICT SETA has financed and you guys have facilitated and ensured that they are delivered and there is an impact felt. So, and I'm going to call on the guys, thumbs up. I'll sit down for now and I'll come back. So if you thought I'm done, please wait, I'm coming back.
The Media, Information and Communications Technology Sector Education and Training Authority, known as the MICT SETA, was established in terms of the Skills Development Act of 1998. MICT SETA plays a pivotal role in achieving South Africa's skills development and economic growth within the advertising, film and electronic media, electronics, information technology and telecommunication subsectors. MICT SETA has regional presence in South Africa, with offices in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, Free State, Klerksdorp Satellite Office and a head office in Johannesburg.
As a skills development entity, the MICT SETA understands its vital role in advancing the National Skills Development 2030 agenda by contributing to the overarching goals of building a skilled and capable workforce, reducing unemployment, and enhancing the country's global competitiveness. Through targeted skills development interventions, MICT SETA strives to create opportunities for individuals to realize their potential, drive innovation, and contribute to South Africa's socio-economic development.
I am from a small town called Hammanskraal, specifically from an area called Ganana. I come from a family of 6.
Siblings, we had 5 at home, so it was squabble. I moved out, I stayed alone at home.
My mom doesn't work, and my dad is a security guard.
I studied at SETA College, and I'm currently doing my BEng Tech in Mechanical Engineering at DUT.
I attended another course, IT course. My friend told me about TEF, so that's why I decided to apply here.
After graduating, I was unemployed for about a year, which was the COVID period, and I was introduced to Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub by a referral from someone who knew that I was interested in computers and digital things.
So how I found out about the MICT SETA is through their initiative of asking us to create or work with them in the intranet project.
I live with my grandparents and my 2 siblings. My mother and father live elsewhere, and I've been living with them throughout my academic life or school life.
I'm from KZN, Kamhlaba. I grew up in Mseleni Children's Home. In 2018, I decided to move to Cape Town to study film and television. And I remember coming to Cape Town with like nothing beside my disability grant and like living out of my disability grant for those years during my studies.
In my first year of undergrad, my mom had to quit her job so that she could be able to put me through school because it was quite expensive. And I found out through an after alumni that there was the MICT SETA bursary, and I applied, and they funded my 2nd and my 3rd year.
It was around 2022, and then because I was struggling financially, and then one of my lecturers suggested that actually there are internships that I can apply to. And then so that's when I found out about MICT SETA and SA Film Academy.
I found out about the internship from one of the colleagues that work here. It was a post that was advertised, and they told me to go onto the SABC website.
And fast forward 6 years later, through the mentorship I received, through the MICT SETA's internship and through service providers like Form Africa and Moonlighting Films, I was able to work my way up, eventually to becoming the operations manager at Greenset.
If you look just behind us, we've got a fully equipped lab, which guys will actually be taken through from digging manholes to actually to house connection.
Our ICT programs are 12 months learnership. This is through the MICT funding program.
Some of our programs that we focus on is developing skills in the 4IR space. Drone flying, drone making would be one of it. We're also looking at young people looking at 3D printing, coding, and also making sure that young people get the necessary skills in the technical fields where IT is concerned.
We select students from difficult background, especially those who come from the 4IR sector, and then we give them an opportunity to develop their skills as well as fund them to further their studies.
Although the students really come from the disadvantaged background, is that the good part is that they are really willing to learn.
A lot of youth who are unemployed is because of the skill. So one thing that they come here through that EPIP model is to develop the skill.
The MICT SETA Lab, I believe it is a very good tool for students because you get introduced to new technologies, you get to be exposed to different kinds of people.
So when the students come in, they're very shy, they're very withdrawn, and the knowledge that they have is almost textbook knowledge. So when they come in, the first thing we do is we assess where their learning gaps are. We put them onto Orca AI, and we monitor them weekly. Every week they are allowed to it's compulsory actually for them to present the solutions they've worked on.
So I learned how to install and maintain fiber. I learned how to use the devices connected with the fiber optics. And I also learned how to construct cables and how to take care of the cable, as it is a very delicate cable.
So as I came here, I didn't know how to use a computer, but now I've become a computer literate because I've learned a lot, using Excel, Word, and other engineering system.
And it was an amazing opportunity for me to write my first ever international examination called the Microsoft Azure AI Fundamental, whereby I received an international recognized certification after passing the international examination.
Because when the young people join our program, you could see the levels. But as the program continues, you can actually see how the spark takes them to another level. And another level actually tells us that our training that we are doing is doing impact.
Strategic partnerships in key areas of the fourth industrial revolution enable the MICT SETA to tap into emerging trends, drive innovation, and develop 4R qualifications across various domains such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cloud computing, design thinking, data science, Internet of Things, robotic process automation, e-waste, drone technology, blockchain, 3D printing, optic fiber, extended reality like augmented and virtual reality, and mobile devices repairs. Noteworthy initiatives include the development of an intranet portal with the University of Johannesburg to improve internal communication and productivity within the organization, as well as other research chair projects focusing on cybersecurity, enterprise architecture, and ICT master planning with various universities. The SETA recognizes the importance of SMMEs in economic growth and offers tailored programs to empower them. Accreditation for 38 new 4R courses and realignment of 22 others reflects evolving qualifications in line with industry needs. The SETA's investment of nearly R1 billion in discretionary grants and 188 million rand in mandatory grants in the 2023-2024 financial year underscores its commitment to equipping learners with skills for the digital age. The MICT is dedicated to supporting young entrepreneurs through initiatives like the new Venture Creation Level 2 Skills Program, providing essential skills and knowledge for business success. Additionally, a shared service model is being established to optimize technology adoption and operational efficiency.
They also did 5G, they also did robotics, and of course, while they were doing that learnership, we also assisted them to be skilled in other 4R skills like the 3D printing, the virtual reality, Internet of Things. And I think we didn't mention our center is home automated, so it is practical for them to be exposed on those things.
You'll meet people, you'll meet different culture in the environment, to learn about their working environment ethics.
So if I look back and to where I am today, I wouldn't have pictured myself here. I wouldn't have pictured myself being an HOD of a department. The internship has added so much value in my life because I have no idea how I would have gotten into where I am if it wasn't for the internship with SA Film Academy.
I think in our country, especially in the financial state that our country is in, there's a lot of talent that is out there that just needs to be nurtured. But the students don't have the financial means to study, and that's where bursaries and internships really help, because they open up those doors and they also get an opportunity to prove themselves and to display their talent.
I've learned the importance of communication. I've learned the importance of teamwork. However, being in this environment has taught me a lot of things about working with other people. It's not only my success, but the success of a team.
To me, this learnership means that I have an advantage. I'm getting real work experience before I even get my qualification.
I think this internship was really important for me to actually put my foot in the door.
I'm very proud to be a product of MICT.
It's impacted me in such a huge way.
I would like to say, especially to people living with disabilities, that there's always like opportunities out there, and yeah, don't let your disability limit you.
Now that I have these qualifications of mobile repairing, I want to start up a business and teach the youth out there so that they can make something of their life.
So in the next coming 5 to 6 years, I see myself as someone who uplifts or who builds communities. I would like to see myself having centers like this one, as I believe I'm a teacher by heart.
I would like to thank MICT SETA for this opportunity, because now I will not be one of those unemployed people here in South Africa and be able to provide for my family in the near future.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the endless bursaries and your contribution to us young people. I truly appreciate the efforts, the funds, and the projects that we embark on with you.
Because now, I know from now on, in future, my life will be different because of this opportunity. I can support my family and be happy and live a better life.
So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you so much, MICT SETA. What you are doing doesn't go unnoticed. It goes a long way.
I would like to thank the people from MICT SETA because they started a great initiative in helping us getting these internships, in helping us making sure that we get all the knowledge that we needed, in providing us with the jobs that we needed so that we can be where we are today.
I would like to say to MICT SETA, thank you so much, guys. Ngiyabonga kakhulu from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, there's a lot that you guys enikushintshile elifini yami, and yeah, like I don't know, like bengizoba kephi in life. Okay,
I was able to learn a lot of things and benefit so much from this internship. And for that, I am truly, truly, truly grateful for this opportunity from MICT SETA and the SABC.
MICT SETA's commitment is reflected in the investment of over 1.6 billion rand in bursaries, learnerships, internships and skills programs, providing the foundation for our countless success stories. With funding for learning programs growing by an impressive 76% between the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 financial years, MICT SETA's impact continues to expand. Together, we are building skills, building dreams, and transforming lives. The journey doesn't end here. With every learner we empower and every community we uplift, we are forging a brighter future for all. MICT SETA, building a capable, creative, and innovative developmental state by realizing its vision of advancing cutting-edge future skills. MICT SETA, shaping skills, pioneering industries, empowering futures.
Thank you. So, this 14 minutes clip is extracted from 3 different clips that were a bit longer than this, but we wanted something that's shorter, but we couldn't manage to get it within 10 minutes. It's 5 years down the line. We therefore have to look back and account for what we have done. And my sense when I spoke to management is that there's no better way than looking back at the journey that we've traveled, and the best is to get a raw account from those who have either been in the facilitation of what we're doing or those who have benefited from what we're doing. The brief that we gave to the company that put this together, and probably I hope there are some of you who interacted with them who might be here, was that we don't want a choreographed product of this. It must be as raw as it can be. Of course, not everything is captured here. There is some other even bigger and better stories that are out there, but we could only get so much for us to look at that record. And I think after this, probably I could as well say, CEO, we are done for the day, we can go. Because I took this day as a day to look back and say, what have we done? And I think this gives partly that account. My term indeed is ending. Okay, you're right. I think it will be the first board that runs its term from the 1st of April 2020, ending in the next few days, 31st of March 2025. So I'll be living and going to my village and looking after the goats and chickens and so on there. But I would do that proud to have contributed however little that it is that one has managed to contribute in this sector. It's also important to indicate that I came from a totally different background in relation to the sector itself. But the sector opened up its hands and welcomed me and taught me a few things. And I'm forever appreciative and have a great sense of gratitude for that the sector didn't say, who are you? You can't be here because we have got big ideas and that you know nothing about, so you can't lead us. But you guys allowed me to play that role. I've been in this city quite a couple of times, interacting with some of you who are in this room and visiting some of your areas of operation and seeing you in action. And I've appreciated the work that you do, and I think the country does not have a sense of appreciation of how big an impact that you're making in the space that you are in. Indeed, the approach has always been at the beginning, as I said, it's not just about dispersing money, but it's about the impact that we make in people's lives. We're touching people's lives. And that's an important thing. We are impacting in people's lives, not the immediate beneficiaries that we work with, but then it's got a ripple effect to their families and loved ones. Which is why right at the beginning when I started, one of the things that I said to many stakeholders, and probably I was not famous for what I said, is that we know you are involved in business, but your intention should not be primarily the profit that you make out of the business, but the profit must be a function of what you do and deliver, and not come here only because they say profit margins in the skills development side is quite healthy. Because if our mind is wired like that, then we're not going to do the right thing. We will cut corners because we want to make profit, but we will not see the impact at the end. The second thing that I said right at the beginning was that we need to work on the mindset of our learners and beneficiaries and let them know that the issue and the most important part of their participation in our programs is not the stipend. Whilst we're not saying people should not withhold stipend, but it's important for these learners and beneficiaries to know that the stipend is just to keep you going. The most important part is the skill that you get out of this program. Because one of the things that we saw, which we tried to deal with, is people enrolling in programs in early days, enrolling and dropping out and chasing a stipend to the next SETA and never completing their programs because they are stipend chasers. But I think we managed to have that under control because when we looked into it from 2020 to 2021 and comparing it to now, 2023, 2024, we managed to reduce the dropout rate from just above 4% 5 years ago to less than 2% now. Because we were both hard on the training providers that your recruitment must be a bit robust so that you get those that are really committed to this, what you have to do. It shouldn't be because I just want to have names of learners and therefore, I get awarded a contract and whatever happens, I don't care, but I have been awarded. So I must thank you because it is a function of a work between us and yourselves that has delivered that reduction of that dropout rate. My CEO likes calling people to clap hands when he speaks and when he thinks he has made a good point. And I disagree with that. But I want to do, for the first time in my life, I'm going to ask you to clap hands for yourselves now, because we would not have managed to get this if you were not there. The other thing that is important that I need to reflect on is, and of course I must speak clearly that this is my swan song, as I drift towards the sunset. With pride, I must say, one of the things that you guys, I must commend you for, is that when we arrived here, I did say, you will recall, those that were here on the first engagement, was that we found a situation where it looked like there were few training providers that had colonized the MICT SETA. So it was their space, and everybody else would not be allowed in there, right? So we decolonized the space. It was not about a race now. We decolonized the space and opened up and said, no, we'll set a cap on who gets what, because we want to spread the beneficiation by training providers, because that's also going to help us to have a wide footprint and the depth and the breadth of the sector. So I think you accepted that those who used to get huge numbers, it was no longer happening. And some people must have taken some knock and pain from being used to profits that are enormous now to just keep you going for the next day. But I think we took that decision with a very conscious. We're conscious in our minds that what we want to draw in as many small businesses into this space, and we knew that it's also putting enormous pressure on the resources internally, because as we had more service providers or training providers to deal with, our capacity internally remained constant. That simply meant that some of these employees are now working as twice hard as before, because the pool of those that you're managing has since increased. Even worse, we then found ourselves now going to areas that otherwise we wouldn't, because the minister, one of the things that the minister, the former minister, Bladen Zimande, when I met him after the appointment, said, one of the things that I want you to make sure is that this SETA must not be a SETA of the urban places only, the big cities, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Port Elizabeth, and Pretoria. It should be a SETA of the entire country, We must go out there in the in deep rural areas, in the informal settlements, and find these young people that are talented and expose them and give them a chance, which leads me to the next point. I hope the young man that Kigizwa was referring to, his name is Kiran. Right. I got touched very much 2.5 years ago when I met this young man. We had an AGM here at the ICC. After the AGM, he comes to me and he says, he introduces himself. And I didn't even keep his name because I'm thinking, why would this boy come and introduce himself to me? And he says, no, I came to you just to tell you that I'm so thankful for what you guys are doing. And I listen. He says, I am from the Cape Flats. And now what actually hit me, he then assumes that I know Cape Flats. Because he then says, you know how life is there. And he says, participating in these programs has given me a chance in life. That's when I realized that what we're doing, it's not just about numbers. It's about people, not numbers. So I would have loved when I leave this place to have seen and met this young man. Because I shared that story and many others that you've seen, that we should be proud that we are contributing and changing people's lives. It's not about us. It's not about us, but it's about those that must benefit. But then it goes beyond that. We are building a country here. We're building a country. If you look at the politics and news today, you know what is happening in the US. The president has taken a decision to cut funding to these third world countries, and he is so arrogant and probably at times, showing his ignorance as well. He doesn't know whether Lesotho is a country that exists or not. He says, who's ever heard of that? You've never ever heard of such a place, Lesotho. He doesn't even know it. So the point I'm making is that we as a country and as this sector, we've got a responsibility to say, when this thing happens, when aid is drying up from these rich countries, how do we contribute in actually trying to find different ways of sustaining the country? We might not be directly impacted as individuals now, but it's going to have an impact to all of us. Therefore, when we do the work that we do, must realize that we're part of building a country here. All of us here, black, white, colored, Indian, and so on, we're human beings, first and for all. We're human beings. And we owe our allegiance to this country, and therefore have to give it all to improve this country. Even when some say there's genocide, Trump says there's a genocide that's happening in South Africa that's not talked about. But I did not know that people can be that foolish, honestly. I thought probably I can be a better president if you allow people who are foolish like that to be presidents. So I could be a better president. Therefore, all of us across color have to hold hands together and say, how do we pull ourselves with our bootstraps and stand up as South Africans across color line? And this sector has got an important role to play in that. And I'm not discounting the fact that we can't extricate ourselves from the rest of the world. We're very much part of the world. But we must realize we've got a responsibility because it does appear. Aid is going to vanish at some point. And therefore, we can't have a perpetual dependency on aid that comes from outside. How do we create self-sustenance as a country? I think it's a responsibility. Each one of us as an individual, we should ask ourselves that question. And we must be prepared to play a role in changing this country and make it better. And we can. And I don't think the South Africa that we're in is actually showing its best capability now. When adverse situations hit us, the one thing that we need to do is to be united and focus on one thing of being South Africans and say how our country can be better. Let me go towards sitting down, because some of the stuff the CEO will talk about. I must acknowledge, I was told there's a young man called Walden. Where is he? Walden Fredericks, stand up, say. Can I then say Dr. Fredericks? Is that Edwards? Hendricks. Right, Walden Hendricks. Dr. Hendrick. There, right at the back. Sponsored by MICT SETA. Thank you, Doc. So we are proud to contribute towards things like this. Achieving a PhD says he has contributed in new knowledge in the sector. So we must see many of those. We've supported many of these PhDs across the country and master's students to create new knowledge. Let's create thinkers. That's the only way we'll make this country to change. And we hope that, Walden, you inspire many others to do this. And it will be encouraging for MICT SETA. Next board that comes must pick up on that and multiply these opportunities, and then you seize these opportunities and make yourselves and your communities and the country better. So, I'm very pleased to see you here, sir. Doc. Right. There are many stories, but we can't relay all of them today. But I must also say, there are some who have not been excited with my presence. We must also accept that. They couldn't wait for the 5 years to end. Because there was also a view that I'm sitting on the till and closing tap for some to eat. I'm so proud of having done that. I'll live with no scandal of people eating, because we can't allow that. We're killing our country when you do that. So those who didn't like me, your wishes might be granted that my term is ending on the 31st. But then, don't pop the champagne yet. Because on the 1st of April, I might just be back. Keep it on ice so long. But I love people from Cape Town. It was my first visit here during COVID in 2020. Was it 2020? 2021. Yeah, my first engagement was here. And unfortunately, we lost a board member to COVID when we made a visit here. So I'm very much emotionally attached to Cape Town. If I had money, I would try and find a plot and build a house. But then you guys, I don't know. It's very expensive here. So I'll keep to my rural areas. So I can't, I'll go stay in my village. So I can't come to Cape Town because it's expensive. I don't know how you live here, guys. But anyway, Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, because what you're doing, you do it on behalf of the MICT SETA. And if it was not for you, we wouldn't be talking the numbers that we are sharing, we're sharing with you here. In total, we've reached more than almost 50,000 learners over the 5 years. We've spent quite an enormous amount of money, over $1 billion here, and you've benefited a little bit here and there, but most importantly, you've actually given a chance to people who others would not have had a chance, from rural areas, from informal areas, from areas that are on a vast grip of crime, but you've given them space to have a foothold in life and an opportunity to build their lives and their families. So you should be proud of yourselves for having done that. And I'm really thankful for the work that you guys have done. Lastly, in Johannesburg, maybe before lastly, so this video that you see here, I don't know whether it's good or not, because I'm not educated in this stuff. But from a layman's point of view, that's a very nice footage of what the MICT SETA is all about and what you have done. That clip that 14 minutes was put together by a learner who came through MICT SETA. And I must also tell you that he spent more than 8 hours doing that, and for free, because he says he's a product of MICT SETA. And the company that he works for, which also is like you, they said, no, we will put this together, just feel free of charge, because you guys have helped us. So this is the work that you guys do. And lastly, when I sit down, we'll see a video clip that's going to play here. It's going to be short. I think it's less than 5 minutes. It's less than 1 minute, I'm advised. It's, you know, the brand Renault, the car, Renault. Young kids who have come through MICT SETA were very much in the center of developing that ad. And Renault is an international brand. But you guys have produced people who are now playing on an international stage. So we want to show you, they put together an advert for Renault Kwid. But I don't know what car it is, but then it sounds fancy. So they put together that ad in Johannesburg, in the streets of Johannesburg, early hours of the morning. The visuals are mind-blowing. The sound effect is mind-blowing. You would think it's some people who were in Europe developing this. But it's the ordinary kids who from township, and they put together this thing for Renault. So we should be proud of them and say we want to see many of those. And it's possible. Nothing is impossible. We can do it because we are building a country here, so that when we leave, those who come after us, they find a country. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So you can play that video.
Thank you so much, Chair. Who could have said it better than you, that we need to have an impact. All our programs that we implement as a SETA need to have an impact. 5 years is a long time. Yeah, so we need to show something. What have we done after the 5 years? And he also touched on a very sensitive topic, that we are mortal. So we're going to leave this earth one day. And then when we look back, what have we left behind? So it's all upon us. Now it's our time. So let's make something that our future generations can be proud of. Yeah, it's a quite a tough one, Chairperson. But with his vision and everything else, we're hoping he will be back on the 1st of April. Now I would like to welcome our CEO, my direct boss. Has been leading the SETA for quite a while, also 5 years, and his leadership has been commendable. It is accompanied by the stats and the results. The results you can see since he started 2021, you can see all those clean audits that we're achieving as a SETA, all the targets that we are achieving, and all these beautiful videos that we see as a result of what has been done by the SETA. On stage, Mr. Matum Mateban.
Thank you very, very much, Program Director. See, each time I hear someone saying 5 years, like Chair said, his contract is coming to an end. I forgot mine, it's also coming to an end. So I might be back looking for a job in film and video production in Cape Town. And don't close doors for me. And say you are a CEO. See, if your job comes to an end, you take anything that's available. Again, yes. So I might be here job searching in the next 3 weeks or 2 weeks. March 31st, it's in the next 2 or 3 weeks. The contract I signed with MICT is ending in the next few weeks. And Program Director, Chair of the Accounting Authority, Mr. Simpiwe Tobela, who has just walked out. Senior management of MICT SETA, my good colleagues, top levy paying companies present, medium levy paying companies and SMMEs or NGOs who joined this session, ladies and gentlemen who connected virtually. Although we can't see you, but we love you all, wherever you are. It's good to be in Cape Town, as always, where I believe innovation should just be as robust as in Johannesburg. And you need to fight for that space, Cape Town. Johannesburg is the powerhouse of the economy of South Africa, but I believe Cape Town can contest for that space as equally as Johannesburg is doing so. And you'll tell me if you are doing better than Cape Town, doing better than Johannesburg as Capetonians, but I think you can fight for that space. You know better as innovators. Maybe it's something we need to assess at some point to say which province is relentless and more robust between the two, Johannesburg and Cape Town, and how one can learn from the other, which one has created more platforms for youth to innovate than the other. What are the underlying secrets? And we adopt and pilot some of the takings and learnings to other regions which are lagging behind. I guess we need to share and ensure that cross-pollination of ideas. Because at the end of the day, we are one country, which is South Africa. So as we compete, we need to ensure that we complement each other and we share these best practices that will transform not only our economy, but just how we do business as South Africa. Key message, ladies and gentlemen, is we owe it to the society, particularly our youth, to ensure that we address digital skills. We need to address digital skills so that we can innovate and innovate as relentlessly as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, in this era where we are finding ourselves in, where we talk artificial intelligence, no one should be left behind. So at this point where we are, no one shouldn't be without access to connectivity. If we talk the most basic infrastructure, it's a big injustice that we still have young people in some areas of our country who don't have access to that basic connectivity when it comes to infrastructure. And we need to do a lot more collectively as social partners to ensure that we expand connectivity to as many areas as possible. And I think we have the capacity to do so if we work together with the private sector, because I believe the private sector should lead when it comes to expanding the issue of connectivity. The biggest beneficiaries when we are connected to society will be the private sector more than the public sector, because even when it comes to e-commerce, it will be the large companies that will benefit the most. So I strongly believe that there should be no school in South Africa, whether primary or secondary school, that is without that basic infrastructure. We're living in the information age. We are what we call information society. So it cannot be that whilst other kids, when they get to what we call post-school education, a tertiary, you have this imbalance. Others are starting to interface with technology at tertiary education, whilst others have been exposed at the earliest part of their lives. We have what we call integrated digital skills strategy, which says early exposure is the most vital part of how we should ensure that we expose as many of our young people to these technologies that are going to dictate whether as an emerging economy we are coming or we are lagging behind or we are sinking, because we can't continue to use technologies developed by other economies as South Africa when we have so many young people who all they need is skills. See, these young people who are spread all over the country, they don't need anything to develop these tools and technologies. They just need skill. Just that. Whether it's 3 months or 6 months or 12 months, if you give them that, you have liberated them. If you give them that quality skill, that's the power that lies in this house. It tells you that we are basically in charge of liberating our young people. And we shouldn't undermine, that authority and that assignment that rests in our hands to say if we can just give them that skill and ensure that that skill that we give them, it's a much needed skill of quality, good standard, and you'll see. You won't even let them go. That video that Chair just requested for it to be played, after they completed that video, that particular company made sure that he doesn't let go of some of this cohort of learners because he noticed that he can't lose that skill. Once you give them a great skill, it's very difficult for you to let them go. And that's how we create opportunities. You'll be jealous to let them go to any other company elsewhere. So whatever we do, much as MICT has done its part in terms of curriculum that is proactive and responsive to the future that is before us, and will do its part to continue to share the limited resources in terms of funding. It's all in our hands to ensure that we do our part in ensuring that we give the best of the best. We produce the best of the best, what to call future-ready graduates. So let's continue to work together in ensuring that South Africa becomes a better country. I won't get into too many, technicalities. Our National Skills Development Plan, the Triple Helix Model of Innovation. Those are some of the strategies that we adopted. The Rural Development Strategy, the Integrated Development, Integrated Digital Skills. These are strategies that MICT has adopted through the board to ensure that whatever we work on is as visioned and as focused as it possibly can be. And we obviously leverage on strategic, mutually beneficial collaborations. Most of you would know we have a digital, an integrated digital, what do we call it? Integrated learner management system that was developed by our partner, Tshwane University of Technology, that is currently being used by our stakeholders. That system, as we speak, is the best product ever developed through our strategic collaboration. So we need to continue to work together, complement each other, and do the most that we can do within the limited resources or limited means that we have. Developed by the Tshwane University of Technology, there's a number of other solutions because we have gone beyond simply advancing skills development to say you can't advance skills development and not innovate. The end result of skills development is be exemplary when it comes to innovation. So we have a number of digital solutions that are currently under development by a number of universities of technology, a number of universities, and we fund them so that young people can be part of that value chain of innovation. And when they leave their studies, be it at master's or doctoral studies, because we also fund at that level, like that gentleman who stood up, Mr. Weldon, we do our part in lending a hand and ensuring that we drive this aspect of innovation. So we'll continue to do what we can do within the limited means. I'm shocked in fact, we mustn't, it would be an injustice if I go back to my seat not to clarify the issue of applications we received for 25-26 financial year. I know most of you are interested in knowing as to whether you would get funding or not. It's very difficult. Out of a budget of less than $1 billion, less than $1 billion budget, we got applications according to the latest update. When I say latest update, it's the latest update I've got like today. We got applications amounting to more than 42 billion. 41 billion. More than 41 billion of applications received against the budget of $1 billion. So, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. That's why, when we go around doing stakeholder engagements, we say don't entirely depend on MICT SETA. It's actually dangerous to do that because of the huge need that is there. We try to apply for alternative funding left, right, and center to your UIF, your National Skills Fund, approach other SETAs to say, can't you give us money so that we accommodate our stakeholders? But it's not coming at the pace that we would have loved it to come. It's very difficult. We wish you can accommodate everybody, but guess what? It's impossible to do that. Just realistically analyzing those figures, it's almost impossible. I won't get into a lot of detail. My colleagues will obviously address. That time for Q&A will definitely come. It will definitely come. You will have an opportunity to make that a suggestion, my dear brother. So that's where we are, and we continue to do our best to work with all strategic partners, because we're saying strategic, mutually beneficial partnerships, so that they give this and we give that, and we say, let's move together and see what we can do. I won't get into qualifications that we developed, the issue of change drivers within our sector. Ms. Buntle Mukwena will address those issues of your cloud computing, your machine learning, and related change drivers that we really need to continue to focus our attention on, so that whatever we produce at the end of the day is that which the industry is critically looking at. So I won't get into that. The issue of a number of qualifications that we developed, Ms. Sema will get into those. The issue of accreditations, particularly the delay sites, Ms. Natalie Nelson will talk to that. We have had a number of sessions with the CEO of QCTO through our executive committee on behalf of the board, where QCTO was engaged. You'll get an update pertaining to that matter. And disappointing news, I'm bringing them right at the end. Whilst there are stakeholders who are doing very well, and we greatly appreciate that, there are still stakeholders who continue to do wrong. They submit fraudulent documents to the organization. That's very problematic. And I must put it clearly, it's unacceptable actually. They submit fraudulent documents, including fraudulent bank-related documents. And we're going to tighten our screws so much that we'll blacklist independently as MICT SETA, not only the company, but even individuals who are directors in those companies. Those are some of the challenges that we deal with. The money that we are expected to distribute for skills development is not ours. It comes to levies, it's government money, it's government grants, and when people submit fraudulent documents, they are putting us in a very difficult position. They are almost making our life very, very difficult, because there will always be questions to say, but didn't you check? So if we can just avoid some of those things. The issue of some of the SLA contractual terms and conditions, please, let's oblige to those and ensure that whatever is expected of us, we deliver it as required. Whether it's placement of learners, whether it's stipend payments, people continue to fail to pay stipends. And in my view, it's people who don't take skills development serious, because if you take skills development serious and MICT meets you halfway, you don't really have the necessary commitment, devotion, and passion in human capacity development. If you have it, you wouldn't do some of those things. So let's try and do it right, so that we realize that capable, ethical, and developmental state. And those would be my overview, and wish you well in this session. And thanks very much. Love you all.
Thank you, CEO. Good message there. Give the youth quality skills. Once you have a quality skill, no one can take it away from you. Once you're a plumber, you'll always be a plumber. No one can take it away from you. Next on our agenda now is going to be Ms. Bontle Mukwena. She's heading the sector skills plan division, which I always call it is a signpost for the SETAs. You see on the road when there's that sign with an arrow saying which direction the SETA should go to. So it's Ms. Bontle who's responsible for that task. And it's a very important role of the SETAs because everyone relies on that information from the sector skills plan. So the WSPs and the ATRs submissions are open now. So we rely very heavily on that information that you're going to post in those plans, workplace skills plans, so that we can lead the sector in the right direction. Once you put wrong information, then which means we're going to lead the sector in the wrong direction. So we rely very much on you guys to give us accurate information so that we can build our own sector. As the chairperson has also alluded to, if the big economies are retracting from us, so we should find ways. So if we're going to find our own ways, we should start becoming authentic to what we're inputting into the SETA information. With those words, I would like to welcome Ms. Bontle on the stage.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair, Mr. Madibana. Okay, and good afternoon to our stakeholders. I've been cautioned about time, so I'm going to try and fly through the presentation. But I think my job is easier because what I'm going to present is a story for the SETA. I work in the strategy office, and my name is Bontle Mukwena. So part of the job is to develop the strategy for the SETA, and we usually analyze a lot of data. From that data, we're able to tell you a story. So part of the reason that we're here as well is to present the data from the 2023 financial year, and also try and give you a aggregated data or data trends since 2020-21 up until where we are right now. I'll try and fly through, Chair. How do we have a, let's see. Do we have a slide? Can someone help with moving the presentation? Do we have, is this? Okay, that's the start of the presentation. I'm not going to go into the detail of that. This is the outline of our presentation, and basically the work that we do, as I've touched on that briefly, we're in the strategy office. We developed strategy documents for the SETA. We are also the unit that accepts your WSP ATRs. We evaluate them and we approve them. If you joined us last week, we are in Cape Town. We were doing the SDF capacity building workshop as we prepare all our SDFs for the submission at the end of April. I'm going to run through this as there's a repetition of what we did last week, where we took you through the WSP or the workplace skills plans and the annual training reports, what the requirements are. I'm not going to dwell on that. This is just also a summary overview in terms of the submissions for WSP ATRs up until 2024-25 or 2023-24, where we had 1,950, which is the highest number of submissions that we've received. And the top submissions, or the province that had the highest submissions, was Gauteng, and that is followed by the Western Cape, as you can see. So I'm flying through to the OFO. So most of you will be familiar with the OFO. Is the Organizing Framework for Occupations. We use the OFO in skills planning because we use the OFO codes, which are 6-digit. We call them, they are at the 6-digit level, meaning they're at the occupation level. So there is a difference between a job and an occupation. An occupation mainly groups the different jobs, and a job is a set of tasks and duties. So what the OFO is trying to do is standardize jobs within occupations. That will also help you as employers in terms of your HR, in terms of salary disparities, because you find that you're using a different title, but the job is the same, which is linked to the same occupation. So there are many ways that we use the OFO. However, with us, we use it for planning, we use it for skills planning. It allows us to plan properly for the different sectors that we're responsible for. I won't get into that detail, but the OFO is organized in terms of the 8 occupational groups. This is also how we group the information that we get from you from the WSP-ATR. I think here what's important is to note that in 2022-23, we had about 188 million in terms of mandatory grants paid out. In 2023-24, that's about 206.7. We've seen an increase of 9.7% or 10%, which is a 72% payout ratio. So it's also good to see that the SETA is paying out more. But what I would also like to say that we still have outstanding WSP-ATR applications that have not been finalized. So for the fact that they have not been finalized, it's about 58. It means those employers will not be able to get their mandatory grant payments done. We have communicated with them to inform them there is outstanding information, and also to remember that in order for you to get your mandatory grant paid, you have to be an up-to-date levy payer. So meaning that your EMP 201 payments must always be up to date. So we are sitting with that number as well of those that are still outstanding. So possibly the payout will not necessarily be 100% every year for as long as stakeholders are not responding to the request. So as of the end of March, I think this is an important announcement. At the end of this month, if you have not responded to our request to finish the outstanding documentation, you will not get your mandatory grant. Also to note that there's a system glitch at DHET where we have not been able to pay mandatory grant as a SETA because we have not been able to receive the levy file from DHET. That is outside of our control, so most of you would have received your tranche 1 payments last year, but possibly have not received any since then. So that is a DHET glitch that we have no control over. Once that is fixed, payments will be processed. Okay, there we are also outlining the levy income for the last 5 financial years. As you can see, in 2023-24, that's the highest with over 1 billion. So these are the levy payments that we'll get from employers in any financial year. This is how the SETA is funded. In terms of the SSP findings, as part of the WSP-ATRs that we request from you, we also do research in the SSP department to understand the MICT sector. The research that we do allows us to understand the skills needs in the sector. Remember, as a SETA, we are focusing on skills development, and our interest is in understanding the sector profile. That is in terms of demographics, how many people we have, what are their skills needs, what are their skills levels, what is the race, gender, geographic area, what is their disability, etc., etc. So the information that we get from the WSP-ATR also helps us in that sense. However, the WSP-ATR, we call it a survey. It's not necessarily the full information. We also get the levy file from SARS that assists us because that levy file has all the companies that belong to the MICT sector. We know this because these are attached to SIG codes, so a specific SIG code for each SETA. So in terms of the MICT SETA, we have 5 subsectors. Each subsector will have different SIG codes, so if you're in this room, it means you belong to one of those SIG codes that we use. So in terms of the research process that we follow, we will do that, review the SSP every year, we review the current, we also do desktop research, literature review, we look at the WSP-ATR, we look at other data sources, SARS, etc., until we conclude in terms of what we need to achieve, and we review and sign off. The board is the final approval of the SSP. So in terms of this SSP, there are 6 chapters in the SSP. If you've read it, you also understand where we start from the sector profile up until the last chapter, which is the priority skills. So chapter 1 that we're profiling there is the most important chapter for us because it allows us to understand the sector, it allows us to know where people are. So in front of you, you'll see that we have MICT sector employers and levy payers. So the top, on the left side, where we have aggregated all employers. So these are levy payers and non-levy payers. And you'll see it will drop for those that are levy payers. So most of the companies in the sector, they are small and medium. And as we know, most of the small will not be at the 500K threshold. So they would not necessarily be paying the SDL. So that's why the numbers would change. And we have 5 subsectors, with the largest being ICT and the 2 smallest being advertising and film and media. In terms of employers by province, most of our employers are in Gauteng, 64% of them, 21% in the Western Cape, and 7% in KwaZulu-Natal. I think this relates to what the CEO was saying in terms of how could we land between Gauteng and the Western Cape. So in terms of where our employers are, that's the provincial segmentation. Employment in the MICT sector, in 2024, we had about over 300,000 employees in the sector. So if we had to disaggregate that data and say a number of employees by subsector, you'll see that the ICT is the leading employer in terms of subsectors, and that will be followed by electronics and telecommunications and the other 2. The sector has grown over the years, as you can see also with those numbers there. In terms of employee race, gender, and age, this information is also important because of the transformational role that the SETA plays in trying to bridge the gap and allow those that are unemployed to have access to workplaces, which is the primary role of the SETA. Also make sure people get training to allow them to have access to workplaces and stay within workplaces. So we don't want to train, and once we've trained you, you're not able to get a job. So this is also the reason why the SETA must do tracer studies every year to actually see the impact of the programs that they're doing and trace those learners and see where they are once they've completed an MICT SETA learning program. So in terms of the national distribution, in terms of gender, it's a split of 50-50, more or less, yes. And then Africans are 50%, followed by whites, coloreds, and Indians. If we were to drill down as well to the employee distribution by age, we have a very young workforce. A very small percentage of our workers would be over the age of 55. So what we've tried to do as well will be specific to the Western Cape and give you the distribution in terms of race, age, and gender. As you can see, in terms of the gender split for the Western Cape, 57% of the employees in the MICT sector are males and 43% are females. And we've also had to look in terms of race. Africans make 27%, whites 33%, coloreds 35%, which is the highest number for Western Cape, and Indians at 4%. We still do have a very young workforce. And here we're profiling the employee disability profile. In terms of the national profile, Africans who are disabled is about 64%. We have colors disabled at 10%, whites 21%, and Indian 5%. If we had to drill down to the Western Cape data in terms of disability, 33% of Africans are disabled, 37% whites, 27% coloreds, and Indians at 4%. So this is the occupational classification that I've alluded to earlier on in terms of the OFO. This is a national picture, so this means that we have profiled all employees within the sector and their educational levels and linked those in terms of occupations on the OFO, with the highest ranking being managers at number 1, up until the lowest at number 8. As you can see, the national picture shows a sector that's very highly skilled and highly educated. The first top 3 managers, professionals, and associate professionals, these are individuals with NQF level 7 and above. Most of these, you'll find them also in the ICT sector. So that information on its own is also guiding us in terms of qualification development, in terms of program development, and also in terms of program implementation. So it's also very important for us, and also as training providers, to try and drive learning programs that are at a higher NQF level, because if you drive those that are very low NQF level, those students will find it very hard to actually get employment, especially in the ICT, very technical industries. They require very high NQF levels. As you can see in terms of the profile here, they are very skilled, highly skilled, and highly educated. So if we had to give the Western Cape overview of the same occupational segmentations, you'll see it mirrors on the picture of the national picture that I just showed you. In the Western Cape, the majority of the people will fall within managers, professionals, and associate professionals, and clerical support workers. These are top 3 also, so it shows you it's also a very highly skilled workforce within the Western Cape. That should also give you a picture in terms of where the learners will most likely benefit in terms of learning programs, also in terms of NQF levels, also in terms of the quality of learning that they need to receive in order for them to secure employment. In terms of the key skills issues, so this is part of the research that we do for the SSP. If you go to chapter 2, we have a chapter there called Key Skills Change Drivers. So in order for us to understand the sector, and also as part of the WSPATR survey, we ask you several questions trying to understand what is going on in your workplaces, what skills do you think you need, what skills are difficult, or what occupations are hard to fill, what are the skills gaps that you think you have, what are the future skills that you think you're going to need that we may not have currently. So technology has been a change driver in the sector. So a change driver is that driver that drives change in the sector. It could be in a positive manner or in a negative manner. So in the last 4 years, technology, and 4IR specifically, has been the change driver from the MICT SETA, with artificial intelligence being the biggest change driver, followed by the other drivers that you see on that screen. So we also link this chapter to the type of interventions, qualifications that we need to develop, etc. But we don't just develop those qualifications, we consult the sector so that we know that what this picture is saying is actually accurate. So that is also part of the SSP process, where once we have the first draft, we go back, we do focus groups, we do interviews with you, we do interviews with professional bodies. In fact, our SSP is reviewed by the professional bodies, or is peer reviewed by the professional bodies within the sector. So that's also part of making sure that the information that we put out and the learning intervention that we possibly look at developing are relevant and are actually the sector is buying into them. So that's also part of the process that we do, because once we develop learning interventions, they should be linked to a budget, then we need to spend that money. So we need to make sure that all our learning interventions are relevant. So the tracer study is also important for that, because the tracer study is able to tell us if the learning programs that learners went through, were they relevant, were they able to find employment, are they able to stay in employment, what issues did they face while in employment at that time. I'm almost done, Chief. I'm going to jump the slide. So these are the sectoral occupational demands. So this comes from chapter 3 of the SSP, which is demand and supply. So as part of the work that we do, we analyze demand and supply of skills in the chapter. So we need to understand what is it that you are demanding, or what is the labor market demanding, and what is the supply, meaning what is readily available in terms of skills and in terms of people ready to work. So we do that analysis in chapter 3, and just as a summary of what that analysis says. So we call these hard-to-fill vacancies. This is also in line with the analysis that we would have done as part of the SSP research. And we also have a list that we call the priority occupations list. So we normally profile also the top 10. This list we submit to DHET. This list allows also DHET to import skills should there be a need to do that. As I'm not sure if you're aware of the Home Affairs scarce skills passport or critical skills passport permit, where if there's a skill that you as an employer will need to import, it means that it must be on that list. So if you go on that list, I think it should be also on the Home Affairs list, but I know on DHET is there. SETAs are one of the sources of information that the Department of Home Affairs will use. We are not the only ones. They also have a different methodology that they use to come to that list, but we input that data into that. So in terms of the top 10 in terms of advertising subsector, it's multimedia specialist, multimedia designer, advertising specialist, digital artist, and marketing practitioner. I'm just going to run through that very quickly, and we have ICT had to fill vacancies. I think I'm far ahead here. Okay, I'm going to jump. So we have, this is our biggest subsector, which is ICT. So a software developer, computer network and systems engineer, ICT systems analyst, computer network technician, ICT security specialist, developer programmer, data scientist, telecommunications technical officer or technologist, IT sales representative, and electronics engineer. So some of you might call these roles differently in organizations. However, the OFO, the latest version of the OFO is a guide because each one is linked to the main occupations, and you have what we call specializations. Had to fill vacancies for the telecommunications. We also have software developer. I think it's a repeat. Let me just run through. Skills gaps. So these are skills gaps that you'll find within your organizations. They don't necessarily need a full qualification. It could be done through a short program. They could be done through vendor programs. So in terms of the SSP findings, we find that the employers need to fill the gap for the following: management skills, certified skills. So this could be the Cisco's, the Azure, etc. Financial management skills, communication skills, sales skills. Sales skills are very interesting because here they indicated that even though you could be a sales representative, there's a certain level of technical knowledge, of expertise you need to have around selling that item, especially in the ICT sector. So this has become a need because not everybody will have that technical knowledge. And we have project management skills, business management skills, leadership skills, and problem-solving skills. This is just the extent of supply. This is just a view for over the last 4 years. So here we're profiling the supply in terms of what the SETA has been able to supply to the sector or to the labor market in terms of people who've done learnerships and skills programs. These are programs that has the highest number of enrollments in the last 4 years, as you've seen. So we're profiling that from 2019-20, which was the peak, and until 2023-24. Most of learners have been enrolled within learnerships and skills programs. And I think it makes sense for learners to be enrolled in learnership across all other programs, because the learnership offers the experience in the workplace and it also offers the qualification. This is important for learners so that they're able to gain a qualification once they're done with the training so they can secure employment. It also gives them that experience that they need. Here we're profiling learner enrollments and completions. In terms of 2023-24, we've seen a completion rate of about 72%. So I think that is commendable. I think what also affects the dropout rate, or those learners who are not able to finish learning programs, primarily it would have been also the stipend that is not paid on time. So once we get to deal with those issues, we see that learners are able to complete, and learners are able to stay on. So these are the challenges that we also pick up from the tracer study. The tracer study is able to tell us what issues learners went through, and one of the things that have come through strongly in the last 3 years has been the payment of stipends. Sometimes I also get learner complaints around stipends, and I'll forward it to the correct department. So that is a real thing that learners are experiencing as part of their experiences with us as MICT SETA. Here it's just a bird's eye view as well in terms of understanding what's going on in terms of our learning program implementation enrollments. So here we're profiling between 2020-21 to 2023-24. These are unemployed learners enrolled in learning programs. You might call them 18.1 or 18.2. I'm not really sure which one between the two. But yes, so those are unemployed learners enrolled on learning programs. So what we've done, we've tried to see that within this period, where has been the highest enrollments within the different provinces, and where it has been the lowest, and which programs have seen high enrollments. As you can see, the learnerships, which are 41%, these are the programs that have seen highest enrollments in the last 4 or 5 years, followed by skills programs, which is consistent to the previous slide. The least is university placements and bursaries. Where these enrollments are taking place, 38% of them are taking place in Gauteng, and we have 14% in KwaZulu-Natal, and we have the least in Northern Cape at 3%. So this is an aggregation, it's just a summary. So if you go to completions for the same unemployed learners for the same period, most of the completions are in learnerships, followed by skills programs, with the least being candidacy and bursaries, where most of the completions take place in Gauteng, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, with the least in the Northern Cape. If we had to look for the same period for employed learners in learning programs, in terms of enrollments, for those that are employed, the majority of them are doing skills programs, which makes sense because they're already in employment, so you won't see majority of them doing learnerships here. Federations, 25%, so these are our labor unions that we work closely with. Lastly, TVET, managers development, and learnerships at 2%. Where these enrollments are taking place, 53% of employed learners are actually enrolled in Gauteng. And that is followed by the Free State, with the least being in the Northwest. So if we had to look at employed in terms of those that have been employed in the period and those that have managed to complete, 49% of completions are in Gauteng, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, with the least in the Northwest. Where learners complete, the majority of completions are in skills programs, also RPL, which is great, and AET and bursary. So that's just a summary for the last 5 years. Without dwelling on it, I'll just move on. We also do have strategic partnerships with our strategic partners. I'm not going to dwell on that slide due to time. I'm just going to run through and get to the tracer study and just briefly give you a summary of the tracer study findings and try and compare the findings from 2023 to the findings in 2024. So in terms of that slide, as part of the requirements from the Department of Higher Education and Training, SETAs are mandated to do tracer studies every year to trace learners in terms of understanding the issues that learners might have encountered during a learning program with us, also understand what happened to them after doing the program with the MICT SETA, understanding have they been able to find employment, do they believe that the employment that they received was as a result of an MICT SETA qualification or learning program, have they been able to change their social standing, have they been able to get a better salary than what they used to get when they were earning a stipend, etc., etc. So for us, we cannot necessarily call it a return on investment, it's a social investment, because the fruits of the investment we will not feel them or measure them immediately, but over the years we'll be able to do that. So part of that process is also including an impact study of the strategy over a 5-year period. We'll be able to track these learners and see, in fact, how far most of them have gone. And I think the videos before are actually telling a story that these learners are making moves where they are and they have a potential to even go further. So that's the purpose of the tracer studies, and also understanding if our programs are actually relevant, are the qualifications relevant, are the qualifications pitched at the right level. This also helps MICT SETA improve the implementation program of learning programs. So once we get feedback from our learners, we're able to know that stipends are not paid on time, they are not able to go to work. Ultimately, it's either you get fired or you're just going to lose that job because you're not able to show up. So also in that sense, we're able to tighten up our processes in terms of invoices are processed, et cetera, and then that's when we are able to know those service providers that are actually not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So that is in terms of employment, I forgot to go through that, sorry. In terms of employment, so before the program, between 2023, 2024, in 2023, 72% of learners were unemployed after completing the learning program with MICT SETA. We can see the difference for 2024. 49% of them were unemployed, meaning that the 51% were able to get jobs. And most of them get jobs not only in our sector, but also in other sectors of the economy. As you know, part of the work that we do is technology, ICT, telecommunications, which cuts across all subsectors, so our learners are able to move from our sector in any sector in terms of getting jobs. Percentage promoted is completing learning programs. In 2023, it was 20%. In 2024, about 28%. And in 2023, 27% of them said they believe that they got employment as a result of the MICT SETA learning program. We see that number has gone up in 2024. About 64% of them believe that they were able to get employment of an MICT SETA learning program. We always say behind every stipend for a learner, there's a number of dependents, there's a family that depends on it. As you can see also on that slide, most of these learners are looking after families. Some of them are the first ones in their families to go to university or to get formal employment. So with them moving up and be able to get better salaries in terms of the salary that in 2023, the average was about 7,000. In 2024, that has gone up to about 11,000. So you can see the move and the shift in terms of the impact and the improvement that we see in learners. In terms of the completion rates, it was 89% in 2023 and 92% in 2024. So we've managed to actually reduce the dropout rate. As I've indicated, the SETA has also invested in increasing the stipend for learners to make sure that learners complete the programs. As learners, once they hear that another SETA offers a higher stipend, they actually want to leave us and go somewhere else. I'm just going to run through, sorry, because of time. So, as you know, there's been a shift with the Government of National Unity and the implementation of the medium-term development plan. So in terms of SETA and the work that we do, we need to align ourselves to the new priorities of the Government of National Unity and the outcomes of the SETA. That is just to show you the alignment between our priorities as SETA and the new government or the GNU. We are aligned in terms of the requirements of the GNU, in terms of the 3 pillars that they're focusing on, which is inclusive growth and job creation, which is what we've always been done as a SETA, and our outcomes are linked to that. Reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, which we do that by offering learners and stipend in terms of also training learners and build a capable state. We've always been building that as also the pillar for the National Development Plan. I thank you.
Thank you, Bontle. Now it's time for questions. I'll allow 10 minutes, then we can have a leg stretch for 15 minutes. Questions? We have one there. 2, the back.
Thank you so much. I probably have to introduce myself. The name is Pascal, the surname is Musia, and I'm the Media and Communication Officer for the District 6 Reference Group, which is pioneered by the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Besides that, I'm also a journalist. How do you expect to achieve your goals when 30 years of democracy has brought animosity between black Capetonians and colored people in the Western Cape, and between black Capetonians and blacks from outside Cape Town? Thank you.
At the back.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Marshall Nelson from the Youth Media Movement. Firstly, I want to thank you for the roadshow. It's highly appreciated. It allows us to engage directly with the leadership. I also wanted to stress a point of concern where when we talk about the learners, because yes, the learners is important, but I also want the SETA to know that we have a little bit of a game plan they are playing. So when they're not happy, they raise kind of grievances. Or when they force you to think their way, they would kind of like raise kind of alarms. And yes, you do the payments, but you then come to find when they do the evaluations, the stuff they write in the evaluations sometimes make you worry because they have one type of attitude in class, but they have a different attitude when they write the evaluation form, because they are actually, most of them that I discovered on our programs, yes, you can look for the best, but it's very difficult because, you know, we work with a community that is very vulnerable and they're looking for opportunities. And you get these young people, they are there, like you were saying, the stipend chasers. And the 1,800 for them is not enough. And if it's a vendor program, the 2,850, it's also not enough. So when do you ever please these young people? I just wanted you to also consider that as providers or training providers, we have it very difficult in our hands. We're dealing with young people that is just looking, it must be their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Do we have one last question?
Yes, you do. Hi. Hello, everybody. My name is Siba Makaluza. I'm from Gift Visionary Media. Thank you so much for this day. Thank you. Those points are very valid, sir. I'd also like to talk about decolonization. I love that in the Western Cape, decolonization. I'm born and raised from Cape Town. To all the colored people who are going to ask me and tell me I'm wild spoken after this. Born and raised from Cape Town, black. Yeah, I do go to the Eastern Cape, so let's get that out the way. You find that one of the challenges that we have when we are submitting for our forms and our applications is the lease agreement, right? So lease agreement sometimes plays into a challenge in the sense that it's very difficult for me to get a lease without money in my hand to ask for a certain space that could be the best suitable space to do film and television, rather than to just use a communal space that we are all, very accepted and welcomed at. It's hard to, it feels like our wings are being clipped because wherever you go to certain vendors and you ask for their spaces, it's quite difficult. It's a very difficult conversation you have because they don't understand why you need an agreement first before you've been issued the contract. So I'd like us to help micro, because me, I'm very minute. I'm an atom in the ocean. I'm quite young and I'm quite small. I'd like us to help me with this challenge of how we don't need to get maybe a lease agreement, but some sort of contract. Maybe we can wordplay that with certain offices to allow us to give the best skills to our learners and emerging film graduates. And on the challenges of being supported, when I said decolonization, especially in the Western Cape, we use spaces where people take photo ops on your hard work. So because I'm using maybe a particular space, then a photo op is taken based on my hard work because I'm not there presently. Because this person had a longer standing relationship with this environment or this space. So those are the challenges, because now my work goes null and void, and then the MICT SETA doesn't see that I've actually put in the effort because of their, relationship within the industry. So please, can we help us decolonize that in that sense? And congratulations on your term. I hope the board takes a better term after you, or maybe you stay longer. I'll keep that champagne on ice.
Thank you, Siba. Chair?
All right. So, I think the question, Marshall, the question from you, it's highly educated. It needs the CEO. So I'll take the simple ones and the easy ones. "30 years on, achieving targets the implication of what I hear is in a racially polarized society. Probably I could write a thesis about this, Walden. You and me can collaborate and write a thesis about this. It's not a. It's almost a rhetorical question that we must be posing to each one of us. Racial harmony is not a one-directional conversation. It goes both ways. But there's also historical realities that cannot be undone in a very short period of time. And this is not an excuse to say we shouldn't attempt to change the status quo. But we should appreciate the fact that we can't stand in podiums and pronounce and then things change immediately. It's a function of a thorough going process of social re-engineering. The question probably that we should be posing to ourselves is, how do we use our sector to bridge that racial divide that exists? How do we ensure that the generations coming behind us do not fall into this trap of racial segregation? Poverty has got no appreciation of race. But yes, there are implications because of your racial, given racial status, you probably would be disadvantaged compared to the other. But it is something that I think all of us, we should be able to engage. MICT SETA, what are you doing about that? The fact that a young man in the Cape Flats, where he says bullets flying in this area is a common thing, but he says, MICT SETA, you're giving me a chance to life. It's but a step towards bridging, because the issue about race, the race debate is not necessarily about me and you being friends, but it's about you and me having equal access and opportunities to chances of being better in life. It doesn't matter who's my neighbor. Could be white, Indian, colored, or even alien. But the issue is that whether we have an equal platform to be who we are and the best of who we could be. And if MICT SETA is able to go to a rural area, and is able to go to a farm, and is able to go to a rather far area that probably people are not willing to go to because of safety and security reasons, but we are able to get there, it should be interpreted as a step to actually bridge that racial gap as well. You do not have to pronounce the race issue as you try to bridge the gap, but it's about the actions that you take that must show that you are actually intentional about the actions that you are taking. The fact that we developed the rural development strategy and how we define a rural area is not only a farmland or a hinterland, but it also includes those that are on the urban edge in informal settlements. It includes those that are in areas that are otherwise forgotten. Even if they are part of the urban setup, a town planner comes out in me now. So it's a milieu of things. It's not a one answer to the question, but it's about all of us. How are we intending to address the question? But we also must not be naive to think when we walk out of this place, we would have addressed this question. It's a thoroughgoing question. It's a vexing question. It's a controversial question. It's an emotive question. And I ask myself, why in the first place? We shouldn't be having this, but it's a reality of history that we have this in our midst. So all of us, I invite all of us to engage in this discussion, even outside these boardrooms. And I think as a MICT SETA, we are making that attempt. We're making that attempt. And we can't define this debate about me having access to a otherwise community that would be unreachable to me. For example, what's an expensive community here? The settlement. Bishop's Court. It's not about me accessing Bishop's Court, really. It's not necessarily about that. But it's about whether I have the equal opportunity to the next person, and it's I am not judged based on my race. And I know, colleagues, maybe I must also address this thing. I know this thing. I was challenged here in one of the sessions because of what I said. And guess what? I'm not sorry for what I said. Sorry. The only thing that I will apologize is that I'm going to repeat it, but I'm not sorry for the initial statement. I said, the majority of people here in this province is colored people. It's a fact. It's not whether I like it or I don't like it. And immediately don't address the issues that affect that community. You should ask yourself, are you doing the right thing or not? And therefore, we must be intentional in addressing issues that affect the colored people. Because they are a majority here. That's in the same way that in this country, majority of people are the so-called black Africans. Well, colored people are Africans for that matter. Because they don't owe their allegiance in any other continent except for Africa. So the so-called black Africans, for that matter, colored people are black Africans as well. I would argue. For the black Africans, for the sake of what the debate is, in this country are a majority. And if you don't address their problems as that majority in the country, you have not started to address the problems of the country. This is not to say at the same time neglect white people or put them down. That's not, to grow and develop does not mean shut the door on the others. But it says all of us must develop massively, an equal chance. I shouldn't go to a place because I'm black and be disadvantaged purely because of that. So, maybe let me talk about people, the so-called, some former premier here, no, was it former premier? Yeah, so he called other people refugees here in their own continent. There's no such thing. People migrate to find opportunities in their own continent. In my other life, I've always argued this thing of these provinces that are demarcated almost on the basis of ethnicity and race is problematic. Because immediately you then have a boundary that says you are Western Cape and therefore I'm a black person from the Eastern Cape or I'm a black person from Limpopo. Is it necessary to have that kind of segregation? We've got bigger problems than trying to fight each other on the basis of where is the boundary. When are we going to confront poverty? When are we going to confront crime? When are we going to confront underdevelopment? When we are busy engaged in fighting who belongs to what boundary? Let's pick real battles, not side issues, not side shows. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director and Chair. Never mind me, I've got some little bit of flu, and the aircon might just aggravate it, hence the mask. The question raised by Mr. Nelson, I'll answer it, and the other one raised by the other colleague earlier on. I think Chair touched in his address on the issue of how we go about recruiting learners. You see, it's very, very important. In fact, what should be happening is if it's something that is outsourced, you're better off ensuring that when learners are recruited, particularly at interview stage, you are part of that process, so that you discern each and every single one of them. You should be able to identify those who really mean well, those who will get in and never leave midway. It's the most important differentiator that will determine whether they will stay from A to Z. I mean, we went to that in Northern Cape. We traveled from Cape Town some 2 years ago, I think, during Youth Day celebrations to some area called Springbok. One of the learners there confessed to traveling how many kilometers? Something like 10 kilometers every day to go and attend classes. If a learner, and he has quit his job just to attend that program, if a learner has taken that kind of a decision, I don't expect that learner to drop out under any circumstances. That learner will be there for the long haul because they really want the actual output. So how we go about recruiting these learners, we should do it in a manner that should be able to distinguish between those who are just getting in to get out within the next 1 week or two and say this is boring and talk about stipend, because the actual key output is not the stipend. The key output is the qualification, the skill that has been delivered or equipped to this learner is what matters the most. And the issue of ensuring continuous engagement with these young people. Remember, you're dealing with Gen Zs and millennials. They have very little patience. I'm sure we know. Gen Zs and millennials have very little patience. If we don't regularly, on a very continuous basis, if it means on a weekly basis, let it be. Have some kind of talks like this ones in front of them. If you do it on a Monday, every Monday, just to talk to them and encourage them on how important and vital some of these programs are. And we share some of the products that have been developed by other, like the one that we saw earlier on developed by that cohort of learners on behalf of Rinald. We share some of these products on how important the skills are. Because if we don't do that, we're leaving them with frustration of saying, will this deliver or yield the ultimate results? So continuous talks, and when you do your inductions, they are what you call advisors. I know there are very few for all our stakeholders, because if you check the number of our stakeholders, it's probably more than 900, if not more than 1,000 countrywide. It's a big number for our limited advisors, but it's very much fundamental with the technology that is there to invite some of these advisors when you do induction to engage and give perspective and context to our young people so that they see the bigger picture. And it's our role and responsibility to open up their cues so that they see the bigger picture instead of the narrow picture and sort of a gloomy one that says this is not going anywhere. And they think you can only go somewhere if you are pursuing a degree. And we know that companies where we are now are targeting some of these short skills. Some of the short skills that my colleague and others will talk to, whether you talk your cybersecurity, if you look at the demand countrywide of how much we are lacking to supply those with skills in cybersecurity, you realize that we are far from meeting the demand with regards to the other side of the supply. One of the colleagues stood up and talked to the issue of lease versus contract that, sort of made a proposal of some sort. Look, we can't commit in this room at this juncture to the suggestion made. But what we encourage our stakeholders to do, we have a number of stakeholders who are building smart skill centers. We have TVET partners who have got smart skill centers, and we find ways of partnering with them such that some of our skills development companies can use some of those skills centers to massify at the end of the day these much needed digital skills, and we innovate, like I said earlier on, as relentlessly as we can. At the end of the day, people are at liberty to be as creative as they possibly can, to create as many platforms as they can to ensure that we massify these much needed digital skills to as many young people as possible. And as we do that, we innovate, and as we innovate, we commercialize, and as we commercialize, we export locally developed solutions. So be as creative as possible. As MICT will do our part, regardless of the limited resources, to continue to share the pie. Let me leave it at that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, CEO. Now is tea break. Can we go for 15 minutes? Then we'll be back at 3:30. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Can we be seated, please? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will be Learning Programs Department. Surely it's the main department that everyone wants to hear because it's all about funding. Ernest, over to you.
Oh.
Good afternoon. Again, do you think we can start or wait for them to finish? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon once more. I'm going to take you through the learning program slides. Our mandate, in line with the presentation that have been presented by SSP, we are responsible for the implementation of the programs that they've identified in terms of what are the criticals and scarce skills within the sector. Then we supply the demand of those skills that have been identified. Even in the coming fiscal year, which is 2025-2026, we're still going to implement the same intervention, starting with the learning program, such as learnerships, which assist especially those learners that are just having matric, to give them a formal qualifications when they complete the program. It's a program consists of both workplace component as well as the practicals and theory. They are employable because they've got formal workplace knowledge, and they are more employable than someone who's just coming from the university with just a piece of paper without any formal qualification. The other intervention, which is very, very critical, is the graduate internship programs. We do have graduates that are coming from universities of technologies, some they're coming from normal universities. They've got qualifications, they've got degrees, they've got diplomas, but they need workplace experience. This intervention assists those graduates to get a workplace exposure for a period of a year, and the stipend is around 3.8 that assists them to commute from home and to the workplace. But the main objective for this intervention is to bridge that gap so that they can be employable when they complete the program. And one of the things that we have noted, even from the tracer studies results, this is the interventions that is creating more employment for our young people. Most of the interns that complete our program, they do get absorbed at the end of the program. Work integrated learning is one of the key interventions that assist to bridge the gap. In the main, there are qualifications or diplomas or degrees. Before you obtain a formal qualification, you have to do in-service training. This is the intervention where student can be placed in a workplace and get that exposure so that they can be able to complete their diplomas or degree. It depends on the institutional requirement. Some institutions, they require them to do 6 months or 12 months, but the maximum period of the program that we find is around 12 months for this intervention. And in terms of stipend, they still earn 3.8 per month. Recognition of prior learning is one of the critical interventions that assist us to drive even the transformations. You do have workers, they know how to do their job, but they don't have a formal qualifications. And it can disadvantage them in terms of career growth. They know how to do their job, but they don't have a formal qualification. This intervention assists them to be assessed, and they can be competent in line with the intervention that have been assessed, and they can get a formal qualification starting from a statement of results until they get a formal full qualifications. I'm not sure if the technicians are trying to sabotage me, but this mic is not working. Then if that issue can be addressed. This one, okay. Yeah, thank you. Bursary interventions are also very critical. We've got a challenge in our country. We do have learners who pass matric, but because of where they are coming from and the financial challenges, they're not able to pursue their studies. And this is the intervention that assists those students who want to study careers within our subsectors. We fund undergraduates, postgraduates, even up to the PhD level in terms of bursary at the cost of 90,000 per student, which cover the accommodations, also cover the tuition fees. Then the next intervention, which is very, very key, especially in the ICT sector, is the programs that we run under the short programs as well as vendor programs. If you look at our sector, it's mainly dominated by multinational companies which have their own programs and vendors that they prefer learners to be exposed on. We fund these programs at the value of 50,400, grant which is 3.8 for those students in a period of 3 months. We also have intervention that support SME, cooperatives development and community-based organizations. As we fund stakeholders, we also prioritize cooperatives as well as NGOs and CBO as well in terms of learning intervention that they can train their learners on. Skills development program for the workers, especially that are unionized, we do have a target that responds to that. Annual target is around 250, where we train these learners. And this is just some summary of the programs that have been implemented in the past in terms of number of learners that have benefited from our program for the past 4 years. If you look at the states in terms of unemployment states, it's above 33% on young people who are unemployed in our country. Then you can see already these numbers do contribute to response in terms of creating employment for these young people. And the numbers are minimal, looking at the millions and millions of young people who are unemployed looking for these opportunities. But due to limited budget, we can only do these numbers every year. And you can see that there have been growth starting from 2020 financial year up to 2023-2024. We've managed to enroll over 13,000 learners on our programs. And as these learners are enrolled, they receive some sort of stipend, which means they spend that money, and especially in the retail sector, which means it does contribute to the GDP of this country from these programs. I'm not going to repeat these slides. These just targets that we have using per indicator, starting from the TVET. The annual target for a year is 1,200 learners that need to be trained at the cost of 70,000 per student. Then we also have internship program. In the next financial year, it has been increased. In the past, it was less than 2,000. But in the 2025-2026 financial year, the target has been increased up to 2,500. And we hope that this will make difference for the learners who are going to participate in this program in terms of employment opportunities. Then learnership is still the highest in terms of target. The annual target is 4,900 at a budget of 65,000 per learner. Then these are formal programs that assist learners to acquire formal qualification at the end of the program. Short programs is sitting on 1.3. That's the annual target for 2025-2026. Then bursary, we are intending to support 450 students in 2025-2026 financial year. We do have programs that require no funding in terms of partnership. We're still going to continue collaborating with higher institution of learning as well as CET and TVET in terms of partnerships. We also have targets that respond to workers in terms of bursary. That's the annual target for continuing students, which is 36. We're expecting 51 workers to complete the academic program in the 2025-2026 financial year. Rural projects are very key. The planned rural project for the next financial year is 60 projects that need to be implemented in all 9 provinces in the country. Cooperatives, one of the things that we have noted is that not all the learners who complete our programs do get employment after they've completed the program. And we are encouraging stakeholders to teach learners around enterprise development so that those that cannot be absorbed, they are able to start their own enterprise and still participate in the economy through cooperatives. There is also one of the interventions which is very key in terms of enterprise development. There are programs that focus on training our young people to start their business, where they are enrolled in a new venture program, where they are being trained how to draft the business plan, how to seek opportunities in a way that you can establish a sustainable small business. The target is 200. We want to have 200 learners who can be able to start their business. If 200 learners can start 200 business and employ other learners, then which means this program can also respond to job creation. NPOs and NGO, the plan is around 150 NPO that need to be supported. In 2024, around June, the SETA opened a DG window to invite the stakeholders to respond to the call. Around 1,998 students, I'm used to students, it's employers now, responded to the call. And 1708, they were able to submit their application successfully. And 290, on the last hour, they were trying to submit, and they failed to submit their applications. And 290 employers, they couldn't submit their applications in the current year. Then what we would love to encourage stakeholders is that as the SETA open the call, normally it's around 30 days. Don't wait for the last day and start preparing your application. Otherwise, you'll fall under this category of 290 employers who have failed to submit their application on the system. Then this just in terms of province, showing the appetite from all these provinces. You can see Gauteng is the highest, and there are reasons for that. If you look in terms of population, Gauteng is the highest in terms of GDP as well, in terms of their contribution to the SA GDP. Gauteng is also the highest. Then you can see that the appetite is high in terms of skills demand within that provinces, followed by Western Cape as well as KZN and Eastern Cape. Then this is just number of applications that are coming from those provinces. Then in terms of allocations per province, 46% of the allocation is under Gauteng. Then I'll focus on your province, which is Western Cape. It's around 10.56% of the allocations that went to Western Cape. Then currently the SETA is conducting vetting through our advisors. If you fall under that 10.56%, you have already received an email that requests you to upload information in terms of the vetting compliance document that are required. Make sure that you submit all the required information, and when the advisors come for site vetting, please be ready to provide all the information that is required for the compliance process to be finalized. I also want to emphasize that this 10.56% is not awarded or approved. It's just shortlisting. The communication was very, very clear to say you are shortlisted for site vetting. Don't start the program until your application is fully approved through the service level agreement. Because some of the stakeholders, as soon as they receive this communication around site vetting, they start with their recruitment process, invite learners to sign an agreement before they receive the approval. Let's wait for the entire process to be finalized. Once you receive an SLA, then you will be able to start with the recruitment process. Then I think the CEO have already covered me on these slides. You can see the demand versus what we have as a budget. Before the meeting, I even checked with the CFO just to confirm, are you sure this is the budget that you have? And he have confirmed. This is the budget that the SETA have for 2025-2026 financial year. We wish if we can have enough 42 billion to respond to each and every application, but unfortunately, we've got limited resources to respond to each and every application that come through the DG. This is just a summary of the number of learners that have been requested by the sector in the current window. Then you can see in terms of what have been shortlisted versus the demand as well. I want us to focus on the highest one, which is learnership. How do I go back? Then if you look at the learnership column, you can see that most of the stakeholders, they want to implement that interventions. Then you can see by the number of learners that have been requested by the industry to respond to skills development. And you also look at the amount that we need to have for that intervention if we have to respond to all the stakeholders that have responded to that call. We can also look at the last intervention, which is university placement. The annual target for that target is even less than 1,000 learners that we need to train annually. Then you look at the demand that we have received from the sector. And I understand why the demand is high. If you look at the stats around unemployment rate, we really need to respond that way if we have to address the issue of unemployment in the country. This is just a process in terms of how do we apply for discretionary grants. Every year as a SETA, we open a call and invite all the stakeholders to respond to the call. Then there are processes that unfold as we process these DGs until the issuing of SLA. We have a learner management systems which allows stakeholders to apply through the system, and you are able to track your application online until the issuing of the SLA. And if you are awarded, you will be able to upload learner document online. You can still track your payments online. Then you can see where are the issues in terms of what you have submitted. We do have advisors that conduct visits quarterly just to check if the program that we are implementing is in line with the terms and conditions of the SLAs. And they write a report to recommend payments until the end of the program. And we are very, very proud of our stakeholders in a way that in terms of completion rate, most of our learners are completing our program. And even those who drop out from the program, you find that it's not a negative dropout. Some, they do get employment before they even finish our program, which is a good thing, which means it shows the commitment from our stakeholders to respond to the social challenges that we are facing as a country. These are the challenges. I think the CEO have already covered the main challenges that we are facing as we respond to social issues that we are having as a country in terms of skills development. One of the things that I also want to emphasize, I'm not going to repeat what the CEO have alluded. We do have learners that are participating on various programs. They are on a skills program and they are also on a learnership program. Some, you find that they're also on learnership, they're also in an internship program. Then it shows that stakeholders, somewhere how they are not monitoring the attendance of these learners, because there is no way out a learner can be on a learnership and also be on a skills program at the same time. Then I want to encourage the stakeholders, please monitor the attendance of the learners and make sure that weekly you monitor the attendance and submit those weekly attendance to us. Then it will assist us as we do quarterly visits, then can refer to those attendance registers as well. The other issues that we also want to emphasize, if you are implementing a technical support program and this learner have to receive a statement of results or certificate if they are doing a full qualifications around technical support, don't place a learner who's doing technical support in your reception because there is misalignment there. Yeah. It's a good thing that the learner is in the workplace, but the relevancy of that workplace is a challenge for us. Then make sure that there must be a relevance in terms of workplace. Then the other thing which is very, very key when we implement this program, as we dispense stipend, you need to dispense stipend to the learners that are attending the program, not for the learners that are not happy at home. What we have noted is that learners don't escalate any challenge if they are receiving a stipend every month. Even if they are at home doing nothing, they won't escalate that because they are receiving an income. Then which means as stakeholders, let's pay them for what they've done. Don't just... That will assist us to build learners that really, when they come out of this program, they can participate in the economy and they can be employable when they complete this program. That's what we need to achieve so that we can address the issue around unemployment for our young people. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ernest, for that informative presentation. Just as a matter of clarity, in SETA terms, pivotal is not a word, it's an acronym for professional, vocational, technical, and learning, and academic learning. Our next presenter now will be Ms. Natalie Nelson. She's heading the Quality Assurance Department. As we all know, there's a lot of transition that's happening there. Hopefully everyone is keen to hear what are the updates within that department. Natalie, over to you.
Audible? Oh, there we go. Okay, great. I have been given the privilege of presenting in the graveyard shift. Going to try and keep you wide awake. But as Tsigi has alluded to, there's quite a lot that we need to get through in terms of ETQA. So colleagues, I think we are all aware of the transition that is happening. We have broken our presentation down into 5 key areas. Those areas then include the transitional arrangements, subject matter expert registrations. We're looking at the registered occupational programs and the hot potato around learning materials and the availability. We're looking at learnership registrations, occupational implementation, workplace approval, ESA registration and implementation, and then accreditation tariffs as highlighted by the QCTO and certificate reprints. Moving straight into the transitional arrangements. So this is just a roadmap of where we started, colleagues, where we find ourselves at this point. When we initially started, we had the ministerial determination in 2014, and that indicated that historical qualifications would be phased out by 2018. Unfortunately, that was not possible due to non-responsiveness around, the transition, et cetera, and the difficulty of moving from historical programs then into the vocational programs. With that, the minister then determined in 2019 that an extension would be granted. The last date of registration for the historical qualifications would then be the 30th of June 2023. Then in June of 2024, we had the Gazette issued, Gazette 50472, that basically extended the enrollment date for a few qualifications up to and including 2026. Now the SETA stance was basically that we would extend up to and including 2025 because we had already submitted a good 95% of our qualifications had been realigned, and we anticipated that at this stage we would have the qualifications ready on the NQF for you to access. However, at this stage, we've had to then further extend up to and including 2026 to allow you then to continue to enroll and train in terms of the teach-out period. We then received an updated gazette from the Honourable Minister, and this basically indicated that the Minister has delegated the function of determining extensions for any additional qualifications you may have identified. So qualifications and their corresponding unit standards on a case-by-case basis to both QCTO and SAQA. What does that mean in simple terms? Many of you have come to us saying we need the business analysis qualification extended. So we've done a submission and a request to the QCTO as well as to the Department of Higher Education and Training, and they are at this point looking into the matter. I can say that we did have a meeting with the CEO of QCTO last Friday, and from the sessions that were held, it seems as though this qualification is being extended up to and including then the last date of enrollment of 2026. With that said, colleagues, we have realigned this qualification. Now, we were notified post the realignment of the qualification that many of you were of the view that the content did not cover business analysis. For this reason, we are moving into realigning this qualification again, and I would like to encourage you, colleagues, to please be actively involved in this process. While we are the subject matter experts in the process of development of qualifications, following what QCTO has indicated, we are not business analysts. So we need you as our stakeholders and subject matter experts to join us in realigning these programs so that they are reflective of what is actually happening in the industry around these occupations. Then we moved into the last stage, which is this further extension approval, and that's been signed off, and you can expect that the circular will be issued by the 7th of March, which is then Friday, which is tomorrow, and you can then start applying for your extension letters. Now, you don't necessarily need to receive an updated extension letter that says 2026. You can make use of the circular, which has been signed off, that basically indicates that your accreditation is valid for the 30 qualifications under the scope that the Minister has determined. So these are just the 30 qualifications, colleagues. Nothing has changed in terms of the previous circular that we issued, the list of 30 qualifications. What I would like to touch on at this point in time is just to indicate that should you be looking then for the extension letter for this period of time, we still are making use of the MS forms, and these will be phased out as of the 31st of March. I'm sure, colleagues, many of you have attended the LMS roadshows that we had in each of the regions. We have fully capacitated you on how to utilize the system. We continue to do so through our monthly capacity building sessions. Please note that we will no longer be making use of the MS forms. You will be required then to create a profile for yourself on the integrated learner management system, whether you are an ETD practitioner or whether you are a skills development provider, to be able to start the process of actively using the system. And then just in terms of the turnaround times, we are saying actively planning on 30 days, but those 30 days are dependent on the information you give to us. So if you say to us that I'm requiring an extension letter, I was based at the Paper Club before, and I've now moved to the Silo Hotel. You would note that a new process would need to be undertaken, which is then site approval. So the link below, the last bullet point, indicates then that that is, of course, the site approval, just to ensure that the learners will be safe on site once we have issued your extension letter. So this just covers the Gazette, and the reason why it was extended and why the Minister then delegated this function was because basically there was an understanding that either there was no replacement qualification that had been registered, or there were learnerships that were registered against the pre-2009 qualifications, and we're still registering the new qualifications as learnerships as well. Also, just to indicate that there are regulatory requirements that we have to finalize prior to it. So this gives us sufficient time to ensure that you have access to learnerships, so you can then respond to the call that goes out from a DG perspective, as alluded to by Ernest earlier. Subject matter expert registration. So colleagues, I think in the past there's been a lot of confusion around what is a subject matter expert. Can an assessor and a moderator be a subject matter expert? Certainly they can. So if you have been a registered MICT SETA assessor or moderator, and you now want to become registered, for example, for the next qualification, which would be the cloud administrator qualification, you would then be able to log on to our integrated learner management system, and you would be able to then apply to become a subject matter expert. And if you look at the curriculum document aligned to each of the qualifications, these are the occupational qualifications, they give you a clear indication of what is required. So this is just an excerpt that we've taken from then the Cloud Administrator curriculum document, and it basically says human resource requirements. It indicates that you must have an NQF level 5 industry recognized qualification, 1 year's experience within the industry, as well as vendor certification. The question may be, what vendor certification? Vendor certification that is relevant to cloud administration, and this could be run in and through the various institutions, as we've highlighted in the second bullet point, Microsoft, CompTIA, AWS, just to mention a few. So you would need that certification if you would want to become then a subject matter expert. So just in terms of the registered occupational programs, this is what we have so far. We've got a total of 12 that are sitting on the NQF. This does not mean that we have only registered or finalized 12. It simply means that it's gone through the process from development, QCTO evaluation, into SAQA and its review, finally out for public comment. Your comments have been factored in, and it is now registered as a qualification on the NQF. I am happy to indicate, colleagues, that a lot of you had indicated a growth, or we've seen a growth from the SSP, because remember, our function within ETQA, we are literally the bridge between what is highlighted from SSP into then what should be available in terms of the learning programs division. And so because of this and the sectoral information that we've received then from the SSP, we were able to identify that the animation subsector or sector was mushrooming. And because of that, we needed to have qualifications that were readily available to create skills within that sector and no longer rely on the importing of these skills. So I'm happy to say that we have actually developed an additional 5 qualifications, specifically ring-fenced then to the animation subsector. And just a note on the top that these qualifications have been registered. They do sit on SAQA. They still are being uploaded with the necessary curriculum documents to the QCTO website. And that should be done at the end of this quarter, meaning 31st of March. And then we've also done the end-user computing skills programs. So these are the other qualifications, as I alluded to. We've already realigned these qualifications and submitted them to QCTO. We await feedback from QCTO as well as SAQA on the status of these qualifications. So just occupational learnership applications and the process. We get asked this question all the time. Who's responsible for what? So in the center there we have learnerships, and we're saying the application to the QCTO. So we complete the application form, we submit it to the QCTO. The second point is that they evaluate it and they recommend it to the Department of Higher Education and Training, or they identify any gaps for closure, and once the gaps have been closed, that's finalized. Then the last bit would then be the recommendation to DHET as a learnership, and we wait for the learnership number to be allocated. And this process in its entirety should take about approximately 90 days to finalize. So leaning into program implementation, we also get asked quite frequently, how do we implement occupational programs? So if you pivot to the QCTO website, I think there is a link highlighted in the second bullet point. It just takes you to the Road to Success document. That document covers in its entirety the accreditation process, the requirements. It also then indicates how you can implement these programs. It talks about the completion of the external integrated summative assessment and the requirements there as well. But if you just have a look at the picture on the right-hand side, it basically indicates where the process starts with the SDP. Then you need to enroll the learners. Then you need to send the learner enrollment spreadsheet to QCTO. And then they start with their QA processes. The process ends right at the end with you as the SDP. So anywhere where you see a dotted line is your role as an SDP, and the learners complete the program. So the Road to Success document would basically indicate. Just note that throughout this process, there would be quality assurance. Okay, so it would either be from the SETA itself, or it would be directly from the Quality Council or from QCTO. The next part is then just assessment. So the question I get asked is, once we've done all this training, what happens next? So you need to complete all elements of the program. You need to complete the knowledge component, the practical, the workplace. And I want to lean into what my colleague Ernest alluded to earlier. The workplace component is critical in the occupational or vocational program implementation. So matching the learner with a workplace where they can actually gain the skill is very, very important. And for this reason, as we develop the learning materials that correspond with the qualifications that we have developed already, you would then be issued with a workplace logbook where the learner would need to log, as well as then the workplace mentor signing off on the documents. So that is a very important point. There must be an identified workplace mentor in this process. And once we have concluded on the implementation, we then issue out the statements of results. It says the learner is now ready for the external integrated summative assessment. In the absence of this, the learner cannot move into the ESA. Also important to note that the three-phase assessment process still lays in place, meaning that the learner still has the three opportunities to prove competence against the outcomes. So moving into workplace approval, this is a process that has also been recently allocated to the SETA, previously sat within the QCTO. And so what is workplace approval and what is work-based learning? Because that's literally what workplace approval is. At the center of it all, it looks at discovery, internships, communication, real-world learning, mentorships, any experience, and then obviously, if you have a look there, it talks about skills, connections, work ethic, etc. So that's what is expected when you look at workplace approval and workplace learning or work-based learning. So just the difference between the historical programs and occupational programs, and I think I want to focus on occupational. This gives you a clear distinction between the two. So previously when we've implemented learnership, certainly there was a requirement for a learner to be in the workplace, but the requirement was very fluid. When we move into then the occupational process, there's no fluidity in terms of the workplace implementation. So the qualifications are developed with the SETA as well as the QCTO and industry. All of the work-based learning requirements are clearly defined and articulated by who? The industry. So you tell us what the learner should be able to do when they get to the workplace. The access to the workplace becomes a byproduct of the process of development, very important. The assessment tools are developed for each stage of the learning process, and then the process creates a proximity to the industry, which is important. So we no longer have this mismatch where a learner comes out of a qualification and says, I am an animator. And then you put them in front of a computer, give them access to software, and they don't know where to begin. So this is quite important in terms of the workplace approval and then the matching where that's concerned. Again, this just talks about the integration between the work-based learning, the support from a mentor, and then moving into work-based learning. So what is the process? I won't belabor the point, colleagues. I think we are running out of time quite quickly. The presentation will be available, but there are legislative requirements required here. When you become accredited as an SDP, you should already have an MOU in place with your workplace site. However, when you are going to be placing the learners or prior to placing them into the workplace, you need to seek workplace approval. So I would strongly recommend at this stage, if you've identified your workplaces, please commence with the process of seeking workplace registration, because that will ease the process when it's time for the learner to head into the workplace. So we look at the legislative requirements, just your ability to be able to report in terms of the learner's progress. In terms of the site, it must be a juristic person established under South African law. It must have proof of financial stability. You should have a contractual obligation between you and this workplace site that just ensures that the learner is safe on the site. And then just in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the site must have a site compliance certificate. So this just talks about the occupational requirements for approval. This I won't run through, but just they talk about formal letters and of appointment for mentors, which leads me into the next slide. It's important that when you place your learners, and actually as you take your learners through the process, you'll understand that the there'll be different learners. So you'll have your laggards who obviously struggle to make their way through the qualification, and then you'll have the ones who are really your stars. And it's important to, when you identify and put them into the workplace, look at the workplace mentors that would be able to assist them. For the learners who are a bit the more laggards or slower in terms of the pace of learning, you would want a directive approach, right? You would want someone to handhold them, etc., so the instructing, the telling, etc. And for the learners who then are moving at quite a pace, you would then want to choose a mentor as opposed to then just a coach. And this is very, very important, colleagues, because what it does for you is it means that ultimately the learners are getting the kind of support that they require in the workplace so they can finish the program on time. So this is just what you would require eventually for successful workplace learning. I won't run into that. And this is just the process flow here. So we say we receive your application via the Integrated Learner Management System. We do our desktop vetting application process and look at your compliance status. If you are compliant, you then move to the next stage, which is allocation for a site visit. If you are non-compliant, we give you a total of 21 days to actually become compliant. Now, colleagues, to Ernest's point as well, please don't wait for day 21 to actually submit your documents. Keep uploading all the documents, and once the documents are ready on the system, we will receive a notification to say it is complete and we can now move on to the next stage of allocation. We then conduct the site visit and the report is generated. If there are any gaps in the report, again, you are given a total of 21 days, working days, to actually complete this and ensure that the gaps are closed. If not, your application will be closed and you'll be required to restart the application from scratch. Then we present your report to our accreditation committee for approval, and ultimately it is then endorsed, and finally you would then receive that workplace approval letter. So just occupational accreditation and ESA centers, colleagues, I think we've spoken about this for about the last 3 years. This is just the QCTO process. What you see in red is what QCTO is responsible for. What you see in blue is what we are responsible for. The process starts and ends with the QCTO. We are the broker or the middleman. So we come in, we receive your list. It says Natalie and Associates is ready for a site visit. We allocate our advisors, they come out, they generate the report. You are given a period of time in which to become compliant if there are gaps. If not, then the report is actually presented or presented at our internal committee and then is sent to QCTO for their final recommendations. In terms of the assessment centers, I think this is quite an important one. So assessment centers is, of course, once you've received your statements of results, the learners would need to complete an ESA. And colleagues, I think I want to share some stats with you, particularly around this province linked to ESA centers. So we have 83 learners that are enrolled for occupational programs in this particular region. As of the 9th of January, we've only received 9 applications for ESA centers. In total, we have about 19 ESA centers. 6 of those are in Gauteng, 9 of those are in Limpopo, and 4 of them are in KZN. So we do not have any ESA centers in this province. And that is quite concerning if we have a look at the numbers that were shared by Ms. Mokoena earlier in terms of where our employers sit, where our employee base is, when we have a look at in terms of the numbers that Ernest presented earlier in terms of the allocations and where they are going. So the question to you, colleagues, is how are we going to get the learners through the ESA process and certificate them in the absence of actually having ESA centers? And I'd like to encourage you to please consider applying to become an ESA center. The same process that you undertake to become an SDP with the QCTO is the very same process that you undertake to become an ESA center. And it would be quite beneficial for you if you are applying for accreditation as an occupational training provider to do the same application. do a dual application to become an ESA center as well. So this just tells you the role players. Of course, QCTO, we are known to be the quality partner. We implement on their behalf, and then ultimately you would become the assessment center. You are our right arm in terms of the implementation here. So these are the roles and responsibilities. I won't run through these. I think we've been through these in the last 3 years, but this is just a reminder. It's also available on our website under stakeholder information, and the policies, corresponding policies are also available. So just in terms of the application process, you start the online application with QCTO, you submit the necessary documents, they do a desktop vetting and indicate to us whether you are compliant or not. If you are compliant, it's allocated to us, and we then conduct a site visit for you. We generate that report, it sits at our internal committee. Once it's set, then we actually submit it to QCTO for their internal processing. So the turnaround time from our perspective, from the time we receive the documentation, we say is 40 days. So please, colleagues, by the time we receive the list, to the time we schedule, to the time we finalize, is 40 days. But also it's dependent on the information that you have available and give to the SETA. So important point, moving into then the end of the process. So yes, we've discussed the implementation. Now we're looking at the ESA process. You become an ESA center. So you must register learners for the ESA. Okay? And this again is in the Road to Success document that I've indicated is available on the QCTO website. It gives you a specific period. It says it must be 3 months before the actual ESA is when you need to ensure that the learner is registered. So the question is, do we actually have a schedule, an ESA schedule? Yes, we do. We've shared it with the QCTO, and they are publishing it on their website as well. Those are the planned dates in terms of when the next ESAs will happen. And we plan those according to, of course, the learner enrollments. That list is ever evolving, of course, so as the learner enrollments happen, we then update the list so that it could be reflective of when you can expect ESA dates. So conducting of the ESA is a responsibility between us, the SETA as the quality partner, as well as you as the assessment center. Our role is oversight. Our role is allocation of a subject matter expert to ensure that there's no conflict of interest, meaning that the SME who is involved with the implementation must not be the SME who is actually conducting the ESA. We've also received questions around, can we do online ESAs? Can we do e-ESAs? And the QCTO policy does make provision for that. So you can do it online, but it must be at an ESA center for now. The extension into not doing it or doing the ESA in the comfort of your own home has not yet been finalized and validated because of the security concerns around it and the confidentiality concerns, but most importantly, the authenticity concerns around it. How would you be able to prove that it really was Natalie sitting at her computer completing this assessment? So these are just the lists. I know we probably were thinking we could have depicted it better, but we did not put this into a graph simply because we wanted to indicate to you the qualification or program title that these ESA centers are accredited for. And I think that's the important part. So you'd want to know, as I enroll learners, is there an ESA center around my area, in my region, that is available that I can actually exit learners at for ESAs. So again, as I indicated, the majority currently sits in actually Limpopo province and not Gauteng. So colleagues, we note that the QCTO in February indicated that they have or will be implementing accreditation tariffs as of the 1st of April. And these tariffs were specifically looking at tariffs for the process of accreditation and tariffs for the ESA process. So if you're looking to become accredited, you would then need to ensure that you pay this tariff to the QCTO. The MICT SETA, through the chairperson of the board, of course engaged with the CEO of QCTO around these tariffs and the implications for the sector in its entirety, but specifically looking at rural providers as well as SMMEs. And I'm happy to indicate that as of last week, the tariffs have been reviewed. So the total in terms of your application when you submit it has moved from 6,500 per qualification to 2,500. And then in terms of your skills programs and part qualifications, we're looking at 1,000. So that's quite a significant reduction, colleagues. And I think it's a testament to the SETA's commitment and dedication to wanting to support rural providers as well as our SMMEs across the board. It's about creating accessibility and accessibility for learners as well. Please note that these fees are payable directly to the QCTO, not an agent of the QCTO, not someone who took a picture in the QCTO's office, but the actual QCTO. So please, colleagues, just be careful and be mindful of this because there are a lot of scams currently happening. Be mindful as you engage with the QCTO directly on this matter. So certificate reprints, this is my last slide. So we print an average of 26,000 certificates on an annual basis. We use the information that is supplied by you as our SDPs. An average of 46% are incorrectly printed because of spelling. Your names, the names that you give to us, people's names are incorrectly spelled, the ID numbers are incorrect, etc., etc. This has a significant impact on the SETA in terms of the cost. Furthermore, strains our capacity and it becomes a frustration for you and for the learners. Colleagues, please, can we be mindful as we actually get this information together, as we start collating this data? Yes, we have the integrated learner management system, but even as you enroll the learners and you put the information into the system, there's a saying in IT, CIO, rubbish in, rubbish out. So please, colleagues, be mindful as you update this information because it certainly does frustrate everyone in the process. So we are building into the system now a certificate reprint module, and we will be looking into means of how we can ensure that the costs the costs attributed to the reprints are recouped in some fashion. And then the module and its implications, we'll further communicate that in our ETQA capacity building roadshows. The last point I'd like to make is I think a lot of you, probably the questions you ask, where are my certificates? So just to indicate that we have printed all of your certificates in terms of your backlog. Your certificates were couriered as of yesterday, so they should be with the regional office on Monday. The regional manager and her team will notify you as soon as they arrive on when you can actually collect them. Colleagues, I think before I step off the podium, there's just one last thing I'd like to address. I think in a previous platform, we were asked about online vetting, and I think the CEO addressed it around making use of what we call the Blitz system. And I think I want to reiterate around the Blitz system. So yes, it is an online system that we use to conduct site vetting. I know that my colleague Ernest uses it as well when he is doing site vetting in terms of the award of SLAs. We do it for accreditation purposes. Please, colleagues, a reminder, switch on your geolocation. We want to be sure that the site that you say you're going to implement at is the site we are actually viewing. Please, can we ask that when your camera is on, that you are not sort of trying to put your finger in front of the camera to not show us parts that we should not be seeing of the site, which we would consider non-compliant. Please, encouraging you to do that. Also, colleagues, just to note that this system has been put in place to make our collective lives easier. We do sit with capacity constraints. So if we have available capacity in the Gauteng region who can actually assist in terms of conducting a site visit remotely, that's what we want to do. So the system is here and it's in place to assist both you and I. In terms of exit verification, we do make use of our Teams platform because we can record the sessions as well. We want to encourage you to start looking at EPOEs as well. In today's day and age, I don't think there's any way or any reason why we should be continuing to kill trees So I think please consider using EPOEs. Even the learner management system, our integrated learner management system, focuses then on you uploading the learner POE, which means that issue the POE to the learner in electronic format. Get them to sign using Adobe, a signature for authenticity. Monitor that process. We need to keep innovating so that we are sure of what we are doing. And then I think just in terms of, can you implement learning remotely? Yes, we have an e-learning policy that has been approved by our board, readily available for you. There are some parameters in terms of being able to implement it. So please read through the policy. It'll give you clear guidelines on what you need to implement. Please come into our monthly capacity building workshops where we also address these issues around what you can and cannot do in terms of that. So this is for historical programs. For occupational programs, the QCTO does also make allowance for e-learning. However, they still expect you to have a physical site for implementation. So please be mindful of this as you move then into your accreditation process. Colleagues, with that, I think that's the end of my presentation. I've just put in contact details for everyone involved in the process within ETQA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalie. That was very informative. Now the last speaker for the day, it will be Ms. Gugu Sema. She'll be talking on 4IR, which is the future skills everyone is talking about. Gugu, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon to everyone. I noted that we are running out of time, and I promise that I'm not going to be long as dinner is ready. I'm going to take you through the 4IR, sharing with you our journey as an organization in terms of where we come from and where we are on this journey. You will remember the genesis of the 4IR in the country. It started in 2019, wherein our president in his SONA 2019 mentioned that South Africa has chosen to be the country of the future by joining the global community to participate in the 4IR. And this happened just when he visited Devo in 2018. Following that, the president appointed what we all known as the PC4IR, or the Presidential Commission on 4IR. At the SETA level, following that commission, the president appointed the then Minister of Digital DCDT to be the coordinator and the secretariat of the government 4IR. The minister visited MICT SETA for the first time. The MICT SETA having a visitor as a member of parliament. She officially launched the 4IR, MICT SETA 4IR advisory committees, which are 4 committees. Following that, the department approved the MICT SETA that we can be the only SETA that have a standalone division called 4IR. We then started with all this initiative that I will be sharing with you. In 2020, the MICT SETA started with the development of the Integrated Digital Skills Strategy, in short, the IDSS. It was approved by the board later that year, and since then we have been implementing the IDSS as a division. 2022, we started with the implementation of our 4IR learning programs as pilot across various provinces. You will see the reach and our achievement to date in terms of the beneficiaries. And then in 2024, we started with the development of learning materials. And this is a commitment that we have made back in 2019 when we start with the development of qualifications. That is a SETA. We will be developing learning materials that we will make it available to the industry to support our SDPs, those who are applying for accreditation. In terms of the qualification development to date, we have developed about 52 occupational qualifications, of which some of them, about 8 of them, have been registered as learnerships. So for those SDPs who have interest in implementing learnerships as per the target that we have as a SETA, that was shared with you earlier on by Mr. Nemokabin. Here are the qualifications. Ms. Nelson attached the accreditation, so you are now aware what you need to do if you have interest of implementing these programs that we have developed. We have since we've started with the development of qualification, this is a yearly initiative or a yearly activity. Some of the qualifications that are still under development, closing this financial year, we have about 5 of them. It was the database security expert, creative and critical thinking strategist, and thanks to some of the CEPs or attendees who are here who've been supporting us in developing this qualification, contributing, because this, it also calls for the CEPs to contribute in developing this qualification. So it's a collaboration effort with the QCTO. Those are the 4 qualifications. They basically 5. 1 qualification is already submitted to the QCTO. The learning materials that have been developed and completed to date, these are the 3 so far learning materials: cloud administrator, cybersecurity analyst, artificial intelligence. Those SDPs that have interest, you will contact us and we will then share the learning materials at free, or we don't charge for that. Please note that. We continuing with the development of learning materials. So these are the learning materials that are still under development. We envisage to have these learning materials by or at the end of June 2025. Research chairs, this is one of the exciting initiatives that we started as a SETA. And it was based on the objective of the NSDP that states that we need to, as a country, to produce more than 100 doctoral graduates per year. And those academia that are here, they will attest that it is not an easy target. But as MICT SETA, we are excited that we are contributing to this objective, as you heard earlier on the chair, referencing to one of our doctor who's in the room. It further states that we need to expand on science, technology, and innovation output by increasing research and development spending. Having read this as a SETA, we then started the establishment of researchers across universities, public universities, adopting a different approach. Our different approach is the wide reach and the impact that we wanted to have while supporting these innovations or collaborating with the universities. To date, these are the universities where we have our presence or we have established the researchers and the students that we are funding those various universities. I'm happy to share that since the started or the initiative, the establishment of these researchers, we were able to reach to 637 students or beneficiaries at both master's and PhD student. And what excites me is that this is not just these students getting their PhD, but it also contributes to the body of knowledge. As a country, we are expected to spend at least 1% of our GDP on research and development, and all these students who have partake their research, it also then contributes to the country as research output. We have newly onboarded, these are new researchers, UNISA, University of Venda, as well as Nelson Mandela University. Just to touch, our research chair is based on these 3 pillars, which is research, innovation, and capacity building. Last year, we hosted our research chair symposium, expo, and at the University of, at the Val University of Technology. Again, the new doctor was announced earlier. He was one of the students that presented their research papers and also presented their, his innovation during the symposium. And well done again, Doc. We have these different MICT SETA ICT projects that are developed by the students at the different universities. This is in collaboration with our ICT. As the CIO is here, these are the project that is actually overseeing under these researchers or in these different universities. Our learning program implementation, as I've indicated earlier, we started in 2022 implementing the programs that we have developed as pilot project. Again, we are happy to share with you that since that implementation of this project, we managed to reach out to 1,049 beneficiaries in both rural and township. The achievement out of that, we have seen a reduction of unemployment. About 130 jobs have been created. From those programs, we have seen startups and SMMEs. About 47 companies have been registered in various 4IR general purposes technologies. We have seen number of cooperatives, about 18 of them that have been registered, currently functioning, and about 5 digital incubation programs have been implemented. These are some of the graduations that we hosted in different provinces. You can see the excitement in the face of these learners as they graduate or in those graduation accounts. Some of the programs that were implemented, these are the graduations. This is another highlight which really excites us as a SETA. We have collaborated with the Digital Council and trained women in fiber. As you know, this is one of the sector where it is mostly male dominated. So training women, it then, you know, break that history or that trend to say the fiber space, it's a male only dominated sector. We started collaborating with digital hubs, community digital hubs, as well as the TVET colleges, where we identify learning labs or digital labs in collaboration with the industry, implementing our 4IR learning programs. We have entered into MOUs with different TVETs. About 20 of those TVETs, we are implementing our programs, accessing their labs and implementing our programs. And we have seen, a good return in this initiative as our learners are being exposed to these different world or to this field of 4IR or to these different 4IR technologies. We've hosted hackathons in our effort of fostering innovation and culture of digital entrepreneurship in South Africa. Just to share with you some of the prototypes that came out of those programs, you will see the first one, it's a smart house. So these learners were trained on IoT and then were given a challenge of then applying what they have learned through the program and come up with prototypes. So these are South African branded. Most of the time we see these things done somewhere in Europe or in China, but this also shows or tells the story about our young people that they are capable of developing, designing and developing these prototypes. And in collaboration with some of our strategic partners, such as TIA and other agencies that are mandated to support innovation in the country, some of these learners, they've already applied for those opportunities so that they get an opportunity to be funded, to be further funded and commercialize these prototypes. These are some of the prototypes that were created using a 3D printing when we are implementing this hackathon. The future, what we are planning as a division, as I've indicated, we continue to develop qualification as we continue to engage on research. I read recently there has been a latest report that comes from WEF that indicates where we are and what are those new skills gaps and the new technology. We also then prepare ourselves because back in 2019 when 4IR was introduced, it caught us napping, but now we have learned, we always plan ahead. We also have been approved by the QCTO to develop these list of qualifications that you see here. And the 3 qualifications, they are aimed at addressing the skills gap at the CET level, because for the past 4 years, we've been working closely with universities as well as the TVET, but the CET colleges were in a way left behind because of the low level of the qualification low levels that they currently implementing. Therefore, those 3 qualifications will be developed for the CET sector. A new initiative, we will be implementing our national skills competition as of 1 April as part of expanding or our support of innovation in the country. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coco, with all that new technology that's coming up. Now it's time for questions. I'll give an opportunity. I'll take 4 questions. Let me see how many hands do I have. I have 6 hands. Okay. 6 hands. Looks like people are pumped up now. Okay, Karen, you can go.
I'm first. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you for all the presentations. It is very helpful. There's 2 or 3 things I just want to touch on. One of the things is we were talking about vetting online, and we were talking about vetting for the new grants and everything. I think it's very unfair. If I would love to know how many people are sitting in Gauteng offices, staff-wise, because I can tell you, Western Cape is spread very thin at the moment. We cannot do this, guys, because what we're doing is we are delaying vetting, not through the staff of Western Cape. Those guys are working around the clock. I get nights, 11 o'clock, I do night shift for my dad who's terminally ill. So I sit through the night, that's my job. And I get nights, 11, 12 o'clock emails coming in from them asking for something. You know, they also need the rest. And why are we cutting our staff so thin? If they burn out, then we've got nobody. So if we've got those opportunities, or if we can, as I know I help with as a SSA at another SETA, which is a sector skills advisor who does verifications, why can't you guys use some of us to help our staff? Or can you let us know when are you getting new staff in Western Cape so that we can't, you know, spread our staff so thin? It's just not fair. That's the one big thing. And also it delays everything. And then we have to please explain to people and to companies, when is this happening? When is that? Oh, we're waiting for verification. Oh, no, we're waiting for vetting. Oh, no, we're waiting for this. And it just keeps on delaying. I'm prepared to come and sit next to the vetting person and for an hour or two and say, right, let's run through everything. This, and this. This is the documents. I've got it. No. Okay. Yes. What? That's how much I've said to them what I'll do to avoid them from trying to spread themselves even thinner. That's one of my things. The other thing I want to touch on is I've had a request. This is a very strange request, and I want to see how SETA is going to help me with it. Is we need facilitators in the sense of children studying at our universities in the MICT sector with autism. Don't know if you've heard about it. They need facilitators. These children can't just manage on their own. So I've had a company approach me, I've had private people approach me, I've got them into the system of universities on MICT qualifications that I've suggested to them take for their children. But now they're asking me, how can you help us now with these facilitators? I would like to hear from you guys. Is there any such a grant? Is there any such an... Because there's a lot of people we can use. We're talking about bursary students sitting at home with certificates. Why? Why can't they help with this? So that's one of the other things. And then also, I don't understand why our graduates are not getting workplace experience. That's one of the things that I'm very strong on and very strict on, is workplace. So I just can't conceive it that we are sitting with a lot of non-profit companies, a lot of SMMEs crying for help, and we've got graduates with digital marketing, you know, all these things, web development, you name it. They can come and help these companies. One of my students last year, she's just finished now her third year with MICT bursary, she phoned me last year and said, Corinne, are you on Facebook, your non-profit company? Are you there? Are you there? And I laughed at her because I said, no. Oh, I'm not there. Oh, no, I'm definitely not there. And she came as part of her studies to come and implement everything. Guys, that's what we must do. And I'm prepared to walk that road and take a lead in that role to say to non-profits and small companies, talk to me, I'll talk to the SETA, we can cluster it, there's many ways to do it, to help these companies to get those people to come and do the work there, to get the workplace experience.
Thank you, Karen.
I just want to give it all of it.
Sitting over there. And then it will be you, ma'am, after sitting.
Thank you for a brilliant presentation. I'm really, really impressed. My name is Seton Bailey from the SA Film Academy. But I just wanted to ask, are we doing enough? I mean, the MICT SETA is a unique SETA in the sense that it actually combines, obviously, film and electronic media and ICT. And in that respect, it puts you right at the cutting edge of the communication universe. And I've always been concerned that we're not doing enough to combine FEM and ICT. And I was, of course, absolutely delighted to see that second last slide, which is suddenly referencing visual effects and 3D animation. But I don't believe, I mean, we conducted the first virtual production film and electronic media skills program, which you were very kind enough to let us do about 2 years ago. But that's really where the future for us in terms of film and electronic media lies, with VFX, production, coordination, and obviously virtual production and virtual reality. So I'm just not sure we're doing enough to unite these two amazing sectors with all the resources that we have. And that's really what my question is to you.
Thank you, Setan. Go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. My question is around the presenter who spoke about the learning programs. So you did mention that we should not bring anyone in up until we get the SLA. I understand that. But my question is around maybe the communication from SETA. You apply for intervention, you go through the vetting, and then like, boom, quiet. I think maybe we should introduce communication to say that, yes, you were vetted, it's a pre-approval, so due to the budget and stuff, we could not give you what you were vetted for, however you got that. So, like for example, we applied for interventions, we went through the vetting stage, we got few SLAs, and there is still sort of like some outstanding LCA, but we've been sort of like communicating with our advisor, which she does relay the information, but doesn't really get any sort of like feedback that's constructive. So my question is around that, how maybe we can mitigate that and work around communication between stakeholder and MICT SETA. By the way, I am also a product of MICT SETA.
Thank you. Marshall and Doc Mayedwa.
Well, my question has been answered. I mean, it has been asked. No problem for me.
Thank you, Doc. Marshall?
Thanks a lot. Family, I'm just trying to work out around, you know, there was a call that we must register to become ASA centers. They didn't tell us what I've heard now the other day, that you must first be accredited or board the QCTO before you can become an ASA center. I thought if we were accredited with the MICT SETA, having our programs, obviously you know who we are, we could apply for the ASA centers. So now I've understood that we must first be accredited with the QCTO before you can apply for the ASA centers. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I've done both applications and I'm still standing 40 days later, which is actually more than 40 days. So I don't blame my family in Western Cape. I'm just saying in terms of the process, I'm trying to understand how this process works. What part must you first take? Where must you look? We talk of a runway in aviation. I'm still on the runway. I thought I was busy flying, but actually I was brought down again. Sir, you're still on the runway. So please help me to get off the runway, because I've done the application last year already. I'm still stuck on the runway. Thank you. And I'm sure many of us sitting in a room might be facing the same problems. That's why Western Cape will not have any ASA centers, or, you know, because are we on the right runway maybe, or what? Do we have to get to Gauteng's runway maybe so that we can faster lift off? I don't know. Or Limpopo's runway, I'm not sure. Just asking a question. Love you lots.
Thank you, Marshall. You're on the right runway. Last question. There was a lady at the back behind you. That's the last question you're going to take.
Please stand so we can see how beautiful.
Hi, everybody. Like everybody else said, thank you for the presentations, for accommodating us, so on and so forth. So I actually have a question in regards to industry-funded learnership programs that we've been running. We've been uploading our learners, however, we've not to date received a confirmation of uploads. And as many of you know, when it comes to the industry funded programs, they obviously report to auditors. And the auditors gives us like a time frame of 21 days of commencement that we need to submit this letter of confirmation. And to date, we're still here waiting. The online system does not generate letters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First question. Okay. Okay, Natalie, you can go ahead. Oh, you can stand up.
Okay, that's better. Thank you. Okay, so I'll take the first question from Karen around the online vetting and the capacity. I think it is no secret. We have specifically indicated that we are dealing with capacity constraints. We sit in the unique position, like other SETAs, where we are capped at a 10.5% administration fee. And that administration fee means that everybody involved with the SETA, from the CEO right down to everyone else in the organization, in terms of our payroll or our salary bill, should not exceed that 10.5%. So you would note the nature of our SETA is transversal, it's ever growing, and I want to link it to what Seaton had highlighted earlier. Fastest growing subsector globally is IT. The programs touch every single sector that exists. And because of that, we are seeing a lot of interest in terms of what the MICT SETA does. Now, we do rely quite heavily on onboarding fixed-term contractors for a period of time to be able to assist us with this. But what we are doing from a, I would say, perspective of looking at the organization in its entirety is we will be going out, it's part of our procurement plan, to onboard a panel of service providers to assist us with the process of accreditation, verification, provider monitoring, site vetting, etc. And this is because we're not only dealing with the teach-out period for historical programs, but we're also now dealing with occupational programs. And I think maybe to put you into the light, colleagues, certainly QCTO are responsible for receiving your application, but beyond that, the processes sit with the SETA. So I'm sure you can understand the capacity challenges and the strain that everybody is under. We do agree, people should not be working until 12 o'clock in the evening. But if they don't, if we don't, unfortunately, we are not able to service you effectively. So certainly we've heard your call, we are hearing your cry, we are working on it to ensure that we can service you better. But we're also asking that when we go out on this panel for service providers, that you would consider, as you apply, the qualifying criteria. So please look at the document in its entirety, submit according to what we are requesting for. If we're asking and we're saying to you, please give us proof or evidence that you are an accredited service provider, that you have conducted verification, please don't submit a CV of someone who's never been involved in the process of exit verification, who's not an assessor, who's not a moderator. Because it makes the process very difficult, it makes the process actually non-responsive, and it delays the process, meaning we can't actually appoint a service provider or panel to be able to assist us with this. So that's our initial approach then to actually deal with this. I think the second question around facilitators for learners with special needs, I don't think it's necessarily something we've really zoomed into and we discuss enough. Because certainly, I don't just think it's autism, I think, is just neurodivergency in its entirety. And how do we deal then, and how do we support neurodivergent learners? I think I really appreciate the approach that you are recommending, and it's probably something that we should look into in terms of how we can capacitate facilitators to deal with actually upskilling in terms of neurodivergent learners. Seaton, in terms of your question around are we doing enough in the film and television sector, what you're talking about is then career pathing. And so what we need you to tell us is in your subsectors, these are the qualifications we've developed, because this is what we understand from the industry knowledge that we have through the SSP research, through all other research that is readily available. You've actually told us that this is what is required. But is it really what's required? Maybe we've only developed full qualifications. Maybe there's a part qualification missing. Maybe there's a short skills program that can address an immediate need. Maybe there's a skills program. But the SETA would not necessarily know that because we're not subject matter experts in your field. So please give us this information or access to this information. We do have the capacity building sessions. We are going to be hosting further platforms. I know that through the SSP division, they do actually have these industry platforms where they engage with you to understand what your needs are. Let us know what it is. Please help us with the research around it as well, the supporting research, and we will then go back, make the applications to the QCTO for approval of these skills programs and build this career path that you're looking for. Ironically, it's also what the QCTO is looking for. They no longer want us to just develop qualifications and it must be fragmented. They want to understand, where do we end up? How are we articulating? Are we going up? Are we going down? Are we going horizontally? If I, acquire a drone pilot license, can I actually work in film and television? Can I work in agriculture? What are my opportunities? And I think that's quite important. So please assist us in building these career paths for your subsectors. In terms of the ESA centers and the process, I think you are on takeoff already, Mr. Nelson. So yes, you do not need to be an accredited skills development provider with QCTO in order to become an ESA center. We've received applications. It is a preference, but it is not written in the policy. I've not seen it in the policy. So your applications, when we receive them, when we receive what's allocated to us, we actually action that directly from the QCTO. However, I will go back to the QCTO with what you've raised, Mr. Nelson, around, are we now saying to SDPs that they should become SDPs, occupationally accredited, before they become ESA centers? Because if it is going to create a challenge around access. And I think I've highlighted earlier that the SETA is committed and dedicated to dealing with the bottlenecks that are being created in and through this transition process. So we'll definitely do that. Thanks, colleagues. I think those are the questions that were linked to ETQA, and I think the questions I was able to answer. I'll hand over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Thanks for the question. There was a question around how do we provide feedback to our stakeholders, especially those that have applied for funding. We're using a system. On the system, you can go online and track the status of your application. You can also send your email to dgqueries@mict.org.za. Then your query will be responded via that platform here. Then if you are not winning and you are based here in Western Cape, you can also phone the regional office, then they will be able to assist you with your query. Then there was a question around sector-funded programs. Currently, the system does not have that functionality for the letters. I think we need to look at that, Mr. Moloti, so that stakeholders can able to retrieve their letters from the system. But if you have not yet received a letter, you can engage with Tiki, then she'll be able to assist you with those letters, just to confirm that you have uploaded your learners on the system. The request is that as stakeholders, please work closely with your regional office. Tiki is always available 24 hours for any query to assist you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ernest. Not much I can say on that one. Thank you so much for being attentive as always and your robust feedback. Now I think we are on the last session now. Gonna call. Oh, sorry. Hi. 24 hours. And 24 hours now is hitting me. Yeah, we are on the last session now. I was just thanking everyone for staying until the end of the program. I know it's very robust, but we are all interested and we want to let the SETA go forward with all of us. We're going to start a new year, 1st of April, and then there's a lot that we still need to achieve. But with all the stakeholders who've been here, who have engaged robustly with us, on a positive trend that we will achieve whatever we set out for 2025, 2026. Now I'm calling on the chairperson of the board to close the session for us. Over to you, Chair.
Noting your availability for 24 hours, I wasn't saying stop. Yeah. So, colleagues, I think it's been a long afternoon, and I only hope that it was worth staying here. And I hope you have benefited some information that will make your work and to be better than it would have been had you not heard what has been shared here. We can't pretend to have all the answers at once today and solve everything. The sector and the industry is a bit complex, and it needs all of us to share ideas, thoughts to improve the industry, all of us. Probably it's important to just explain a little bit about the 10% that Natalie spoke about, because without context, somebody is not going to understand what 10% you're talking about. The SETA, by regulations that are based on the Skills Development Act, is expected not to spend any more than 10.5% of its revenue on administration. And the bigger part of that administration is the salaries of employees. And therefore, you are capped to that 10%. And of the 10.5% basically it's for the overall administration. And therefore, it limits what we are able to do and what we are unable to do. Because once you breach the 10.5%, there's a finding by the Auditor General, and you are told that you are not managing your affairs properly, and you are on the front page of the newspapers, and that's not where we want to sit. So this puts enormous pressure on employees, not in Cape Town only. And you can speak about Cape Town because you are exposed to Cape Town, and what you have been exposed to and what you're talking about, it's real. So it is the case with the head office. So it's the case with the regional office in Durban and elsewhere. So this is a general problem everywhere. So, but we should continue talking about that. I think this is one of the things that when we speak to lawmakers and the executive of the country, we raise this issue that we can't treat MICT SETA. Yesterday I was in Parliament with this team. We expressed this point that we're a transversal SETA. Our footprint should be and must be, and largely it is found across different economic sectors. And therefore you can't treat us like any other SETA, noting that. But we don't make such decisions as the SETA, but lawmakers do. We've returned to the minister several times over the last 4.5 years, appealing to say, look, please, make a special dispensation for us. And I think probably I'm overgrazing this point now, right? So, but we wanted you to understand what is this 10.5%. But added to that, I hear the intention to assist regional office. I think it's a very good idea. However, here is the downside of it. If training provider X helps the regional office with this or that, with good intentions and nothing beyond that, and the next thing, training provider B sees that X is helping and continues to get allocations, then B concludes, that one has got inside information. That's why, even if it's not the case, the most difficult thing that you can ever deal with is perception. Perception is the most difficult thing. And I've just simplified, I've just made this simplistic, but I'm saying the point is, we should be careful about that. Not the intention. The intention is correct and it's supported. But let's always look at the blind spot. There might be something else that would happen. I'm not rejecting this, but I'm just saying there is caution that we should throw in the wind, so to speak. We must say that we must not keep you for much longer than you have stayed here. It's in the afternoon and traffic is terrible in Cape Town. So you need to start making your way home. Whether I am back or not, it's immaterial. Most of these senior managers that you've interacted with are going to continue because I am not taking any one of them with me. They must remain and do the work that they've been doing. They must remain doing the work that they do. So I think you will still be in good hands. Some of the things that are looking into the future that have been raised here as we're talking, and I think the next board will pick up from there and build to make this SETA even much more better, particularly the question asked by Mr. Bailey. I think it's a very important thing to deal with. At some time earlier, we had spoken about chambers that are addressing subsector issues and probably even cross-pollination across the different subsectors. And we've not been able to set that up, and yet the industry has called for that. But we're not able to do precisely because of these limitations from the finance point of view, because we need to finance these platforms of chambers interacting with the sector to advise us on which way we should be going. But I think we will try to make it better in it going into the future. During the break, I interacted with a number of people and saying some very interesting things. And I think his name is Peter. Yeah, he spoke a bit about AI, and I think that's where he's been in the AI industry. So I think we must find a way of interacting with such people to advise us on how do we keep up with the rest of the world as it progresses, because it's a problem. You know, I was saying to the parliamentarians yesterday offline, this entity is supposed to be at the cutting edge of these skills, but then we sit in our offices for two reasons. One is that we don't have the money to spend and be in the rest of the world to learn new things, and so that we provide new thinking and therefore develop new qualifications into the future. So I hope, are there first aid people here, or is that not required? No, we said thanks. Okay, cool. Thank you. So we want to utilize the skills of those that are exposed to these industries, new industries, emerging industries, to assist us and provide new and relevant skills. Because the sector that you're in, the skill that may be relevant today, in 6 months down the line, probably it might be close to being obsolete. And therefore, we've got to keep up with the pace with the rest of the world. And we can't do that sitting in our offices. And I was telling parliamentarians that we need to go out there. Today, I know this whole week, there's a conference happening in Barcelona that deals with this sector and new thinking across the world. We, as MICT SETA, that should be there and feel the pulse of where the world is going. We're not there because we're thinking we're going to be smacked if we get onto a plane and go there. We'll be told we are on a tour. And we are avoiding that, and we don't want to be in the headlines. But I think the next board that comes must think differently and start appreciating that the pace at which things are changing is pretty high, and we must keep up with the rest of the world. Professor Marwala, the Vice Chancellor of a United Nations University, who is from here in Joburg, now based in Japan. In one of his books, Closing the Gap, it's the book, he writes about this, that Africa cannot afford to now to be lagging behind this fourth industrial revolution, and argues we need to leapfrog to catch up with the rest of the world. For us to do that, it means we must be at the table where new thinking and ideas are. And we won't do it sitting here at home, not knowing what's happening. By the time it comes to us, it's no longer relevant. There's new thinking that's happening. So it's things that we need to be doing. As the last bit, let me thank the training providers. When MICT SETA is said to be doing good and is hailed for the achievements that, even however minimal are these achievements, but we appreciate that it's because of your own efforts, because you are actually our hands as the MICT SETA. Without you, we wouldn't be able to deliver what we are proud of having delivered. The partnerships that we have built with universities and different stakeholders have made it possible for us to sit here confidently and be proud of what we are doing. We are managing funds that are not ours. It's the industry money through levies that we're dealing with. And we are confident that we have managed that money properly. It has done what it's supposed to do. And therefore, you also must be proud that when we were given a responsibility to manage monies that are not ours, but belong to the industry, we actually delivered on what we were expected to do. We didn't go and do something else that we were not mandated to do. And we are proud of that. And we also are proud of you because when we say that, it means you did the right thing as well. Because if you were not, we wouldn't be able to achieve what we've been able to achieve. I think I must thank you, Cape Town, Western Cape, and hope to see you soon. With that, we will declare this session adjourned. Thank you.